A sound mind. I don't know what you're talking about. I have been coming on early all week. The trial been on all week. We been early all damn week. This ain't no damn mistake. We been early all damn week. Let me get done here so I can cut on my goddamn camera. God. Who the hell you rushing? What you mean where the music? The music don't work. Damn it, shit. We been live all day, every day, all week. Fuck that damn music. The music tired. We tired. This case don't make no damn sense. Let this white boy go home.
Yeah. Hey yo, great vibes on 10. True squad in the building. Mr. Clean, Candy Cane, Aloe Vera, Butter Pecan, Ronnie Webb, Danger Bun, and Loretta Von Lux. Everybody, body, 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 everybody singing loud. Everybody singing loud. Everybody singing loud. Great vibes on 10. Everybody singing loud. Great, 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 great. Yeah. The van keeps rolling, got the team all set. chasing down the facts on the internet. Everybody talking, everybody got a claim, but we pull up looking deeper than the fame. Candy cane swinging that candy cane high, walking through the chaos with a sparkle in the eye. Sweet on the surface, but she call out a lie. Got receipts in the pocket, watch the stories all collide. Must be clean in the middle with the game plan tight, keeping everybody focused when it turns into a fight. Great vibes on 10, that's the motto every night, bringing calm to the madness underneath the spotlight. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. For the win, candy cane, aloe vera, butter pecan in the mix, Ronnie Wet,
Danger Bun,
and Lovetta, dropping hits. Great vibes on 10. Yeah, we turning up the room. Scammers get nervous when they hear we're coming soon.
great vibes on 10.
For the win,
That's the slogan we defend. Truth over fiction and we're riding to the end.
aloe vera cool when the drama gets hot, smooth like a breeze when the rumors get caught. Everybody panicking, everybody losing track. She brings the conversation right back to the fact.
What I do on the toilet is none of your damn business. And Stephanie, don't be telling me to wash my damn hands. I wash my hands before I go to the bathroom. Let's get that shit straight.
Butter pecan steady, never rushing the case. Looking at the details, everybody misplaced. Quiet with the wisdom, always keeping the pace. Then she drops one question and it changes the whole race. Ronnie Wet, riding through the storm with style. Got a sharp intuition and a confident smile. People tell stories, she can listen for a while. Then she finds the missing pieces hidden under every pile. Now Loretta Von Lux, now Loretta Von Lux, walking in designer flair. Gold hoops in her ears and highlights in her hair. Luxury coat swinging while she surveys the scene. Spot a fake story quicker than you ever seen. Tiny little diva, but her instincts are elite. She can sniff out contradictions from a mile down the street. Gucci on the shoulders, confidence on max, while she's quietly collecting every piece of every fact. She don't gotta shout, she don't gotta bark. One look from Loretta and she's already found the mark. When the scammers start sweating and the stories don't match, Loretta's already smiling cause she solved another catch. Lights flat,
Crowd jump,
music hitting hard.
truth hunters,
Fact checkers never dropping guard.
everybody dancing while we're putting clues together. Searching through the nonsense no matter what the weather.
Danger, 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 danger bun. Hopping through the comments every day. Little bunny energy, but she's leading the way. Hashtag save the bunnies, yeah, you know what she'll say. Then she'll uncover 3 mysteries before the end of the day. Curly ears bouncing, got determination strong. When the trail gets complicated, she keeps moving along. People think it's funny till she proves the rumor wrong. Then the whole room singing to the Danger Bun song. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. Mr. Clee holding center, keeping everything alive. Candy cane and aloe vera, always searching what they'll find. Butter pecan, Ronnie Wet, Danger Bun on the run. Loretta Von Lux in designer shades, making fact, checking fun. Great vibes on 10.
True squad to the end. Searching through the fiction, letting real stories win.
Great vibes on 10.
For the win,
That's the slogan we defend.
truth over fiction and we're riding to the end.
The van keeps rolling, the music keeps glowing, the truth keeps showing. True squad moving. Mr. Clean, Candy Cane, aloe vera, heart of pecan, Ronnie Wet, Danger Bun, Loretta Von Lux. Everybody singing loud. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, for the win, for the win. True squad in the house.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10.
Yeah, it was that bad. It was that bad. Shit scared me a little. You know, it scared me a little. I don't know if you ever been in that position where sometimes, you know, you look back and you just say, "Oh shit, damn!" Like that came out of me. Like sometimes the shit that comes out of your damn body can scare the fuck out of you. All right. So again, don't judge me. You can say what you want. Y'all know I really don't give a damn. I say shit y'all ass be scared to say. Y'all too bougie to say. Y'all too uptight to say. Talking about, I don't shit, I just release. What the fuck is a release? Releasing and shitting is the same damn thing. Y'all don't understand. The bathroom that's next to this studio, I had to replace the lever. That little motherfucker that go you press down to flush the damn toilet. This year alone, I had to replace that motherfucker almost 4 times because I keep breaking that motherfucker. So again, say what you want, judge me, I don't care. I have a GED. What's going on? This your boy Great Vibes on 10 for the win. Good to see you. Do you have a push button? My toilet ain't Bluetooth. I don't know where the fuck y'all get this shit from talking about a Bluetooth toilet. Your ass sitting there on your damn, because most of y'all sit on the toilet on your damn phone. Most of y'all that's watching this platform right now, when you go to the bathroom, your ass, you pull down your damn panties or your damn boxers, you grab your cell phone, you sit there, you lean forward with your elbows touching your damn thighs, and your ass, by the time you end up, you been on that toilet for damn near an hour and a half, didn't even know it, watching motherfucking video shorts. Have you ever laughed at a video so hard while your ass on the toilet? You looking at something. Now that was funny. Next video. Good thing I was already on the toilet. How many times your ass watch the video on the damn toilet, you laugh so hard, everything that you've been trying to get out all week just came right on out. That's why I tell y'all sometimes social media can be good for the body. I don't care what y'all say. It ain't just me. Whatever. Judge me. I don't care. I don't care. People talk about you behind your back. People talk about you to your face. So what? It's life. Get over it. Move on. Shit. Give people a reason to talk. All right? That's why these come in handy. All right? The great and famous doo-doo wipes we've been dealing with at least for the past year. These come in handy, all right? So again, y'all, welcome to your boy Great Vibes on 10 for the win. Some people call them doo wipes, but in my instance, it's going to be doo-doo goddamn shitty wipes, all right? So if y'all ever see my platform, please let me sponsor your bullshit, all right? These are good for makeup release. When women wear a bunch of makeup, because they be trying to cover up them deep ass wrinkles. It's good to wipe that shit off. You know, discover your true self. It's good for that. It's good for wiping kids' ass. You could take a bath in these wipes. If you got doing your period time of the month, you could put that wipe down there instead of a pad, and you can release in the wipes. It can capture more. You can actually ball it up, throw it away, and reset itself. Yep, I'm about to catch a violation on this. I mean, it's a multitude of things you can do with them wipes. Welcome to your boy Great Vibes on 10 for the win. Now you want to come here talking about I have a violation. Just the bullshit we've been hearing all week. I'm sorry, Kayla. I said reset itself. Listen, listen. The bullshit we've been listening to all week long. Hell, it's time to listen to something different. All right. As y'all know, this is day 5. Hopefully, don't say I'm wrong. Whatever. This is day 5, and hopefully this is the last day. Now, yesterday when I ended the live, I was still listening to the hearing, and near the last 20 minutes, the magistrate, he was a little agitated. He told the prosecutors and also the defense attorney, he told both of them, including the social media attorney, the media attorney, he told them, he said, look here. He said, I don't want to be here till 5 o'clock tomorrow. He said, I don't want to be here till 4 o'clock tomorrow. He said, when y'all present y'all arguments, make it quick. Let's not draw it out. He pretty much laid it down. He laid it down. Okay. He don't want this long and drawn out today. And we don't want it either. All right. Because again, if you ask me, we haven't seen anything. That's me. You can say something different, because next week we're going to cover Candace. We're going to cover Candace Owens. Her reactions to every single day, every day that she's been reacting to this trial. We're going to start that next week. So we're going to hear the defenses. We're going to hear the prosecutors. Well, we've heard the prosecutors and the defense, what they had to bring to the table so far to try to present a trial. And then we're going to hear what Candace have to say. So again, and the reason why we're going to use Candace, because Candace been bringing more evidence than what these motherfuckers been bringing. And I'm just being honest. You can, whatever. I don't see nobody else out here on social media bringing more evidence as Candace. That's why she went off on, what's his name, Piers Morgan, the other day. He thought she was going to stand down. She was like, no, the only time you present or you cover stories is when stories go viral. She said, I covered stories while I'm doing my research before they go viral. You cover when they go viral, then you changes your mind. Boy, y'all, she went off on that motherfucker so bad. I just sat there and said, well, damn. And again, you got people on social media in her comments turning that shit racial. I said, man, the people their mindsets is ridiculous. But again, you can't control the way people think. You can't control the way people feel. People want to feel the way they want to feel. People are going to think the way they want to think. Again, we cannot control that. The only thing we can do is just keep doing what we do and just listen to the evidence. Keep doing our own independent research and move forward. All right. You said all evidence points to Tyler. Gypsy, you know what? Let me tell you what I like about you. You don't give a damn what nobody say. You still gonna stand 10 toes down on some shit your ass haven't seen yet. I don't know if we've been watching the same shit all week, but again, you've been saying this since Monday. Hell, before the shit even started, your ass been standing 10 toes down on this comment. And I said to myself, they ain't say shit. So again, I do nothing but respect you. Again, if you believe Tyler did it, who is me to say otherwise? That's what make us individuals. You got your way, I have my way, they have their way, and again, I don't know what preliminary hearing your ass been listening to. But again, and even so, this right here that you brought up, you said 4 confessions, text, letter, Discord with the partner. Listen, ma'am, did we read the same messages that they brought up on the screen? The text messages that was in his cell phone that they read out. Did we read those together? Did they read it out before the courts? The courts, God damn it, on this worldwide social media. You said, GV, did you see Shelly lied about going to Congress? They posted people. They posted people. Don't listen. We're going to cover that. We're going to. We're going to cover that. Boy, Randy, goddamn it, Randy be on this shit. Leanne said, plus don't even know who's behind their phones anyway. You know, Leanne. Listen, Leanne. Let me tell you something. First of all, Leanne, whoever named you, that was a before a baby boomer named you, because my great auntie name is well, I ain't gonna say her first name, but her middle name is Ann, and she turned around and named my auntie the same damn thing. So every time my auntie come around, I just look at her. I said, "You old as hell." Forget you. I said, "Well, look at your name." Then she slapped the hell out of me 14 years ago. I ain't say it again. You go respect your elders. And her finger was fat as hell, like it was dick. And one of her nails was missing because she kept wearing fingernail polish from Dollar Tree. So that the nail bed fell off. Well, every time I talk about her nails, she wanna slap the hell out of me. You said, I said thick. I heard the D word. Ain't nobody said dick. I did not say dick. I said thick. THICK. Thick nail polish with some thick ass nails, not dick ass nails. What the hell are y'all hearing? It's too damn early to be trying to get your minds out of the gutter. See, you see what I'm talking about? Y'all, boy, y'all. You said read text, Lance Twigs. Hell, Lance Twigs didn't know. Listening to Lance speak on yesterday, that was that right there was again. Listen. I'm not here to argue or say that you're wrong or anybody is wrong. I'm just going off, my perception, the way I'm looking at and hearing things, and trying to make sense of what's going on here. Because just even from day one, from the police officer's testimony, that who's supposed to be there on the scene, from them to the FBI agents to the forensics, to the medical examiner, it just, as the totality of it, none of it makes sense to me. Okay, just to me. But remember, I could be wrong. They can show something today that can just, blow everybody's mind. But if you look at the judge, look at his demeanor. Go back and look at the judge's demeanor. He's sick of it. You could tell he's annoyed. Look at his body language. That man don't want to be there. When is it starting? It should be starting very soon. What you see, TikTok in that little small box above, to the right below me, that's live. So it should be starting very soon. You said at 10:30. So I guess you said I need a vacation from your black ass. Don't worry about it, Candy Cane. I understand. We have my black ass been live all week, all damn day. So you know what, aloe vera? You know what? Forget you, okay? Forget you. All right. Here we go with this shit. Gypsy, ma'am. Listen. You said weapon. How do you know it was his weapon? Let's start with that one. Help me out. How do you know that was his weapon? I mean, she put in the comments. So how do you know? How do you know? Again, there was this. You know, you said if he didn't, if it wasn't defense would object. Okay, fair point, fair. But I'm asking you because remember, you're very convinced. How do you know that's his weapon? Because the defense didn't object, that doesn't mean anything. This is not a real trial. You said it means everything. It means everything to your ass. Y'all know what? I like Gypsy. You said I make you miss your family. Well, goddamn it, welcome to this family. Randy said, hey Miss M, thank you, Jenny, for dropping it in the chat. You said I want to know why was there hold on. I want to know why there were hard signals and a man jumped and took something and then passed it off. See, they ain't ready for that conversation. They ain't ready for that conversation. You're talking about under the tent after the shot was taken. I bet Gypsy can't she can't explain that. Gypsy, let me ask you a question. Listen, let me ask you a question. Who was the guy? Why did the guy right after the pew pew? I got two questions for you, sweetheart. Right after the pew pew allegedly took place, why did the guy scramble so hard to remove the camera and the SD card? Can you explain that? Teresa, thank you for the hand hearts. I'm going to put that heart inside of my left pocket and save it for later. Why was it very important for that gentleman to remove that SD card from that camera? Gypsy. Where Blooms with Mrs. Amanda, your ass just keep tapping. Everything helps. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm waiting for Gypsy to answer the question. Teresa, thank you for this thick ass 3D ass heart. Mama Bear, we're going to get to that. Is I'm talking to my damn self? You said is it what? You said is it what he did? Shaggy? Huh? Is that a question? Dot means continuation. So I mean, is that a question or what is this? Candy Cane, what are you apologizing for? You said it is what he did. So my question is why? Why was it very important for that gentleman to rush up there, get Charlie's Kirk chair, stand up on it, the chair he was unalived in, stand up on the chair, reach up, grab the camera, remove the SD card. Can you please explain to me why was it relevant for him to do that? Thank you, sweetheart. Cala, one ass Calabrese. I think I said that correctly. Thank you, baby. See, at first you were in the comments just going and going and going and going. Remember, these are questions to make you think, right? Now, I don't want to bring up videos and then we start breaking these videos down, then this hearing just starts. I don't want to do that. We can do that during the break.
But I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
Thank you so much, Cruz Perez. Hell, thank you. I can't pronounce nothing in that name. Normally, I can get away with the last name. I can't pronounce nothing. Listen, Cruz. Shit. Hell, thank you. You said all that is speculation. Hard evidence is what? Speculation. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, fingertips. Wait, hold on. You mean to tell me the video that was floating around the internet, people pulled before they deleted it. We slowed it down. We looking at this man jump up in this chair, took the camera down, removed the SD card from 2 different camera angles. You mean to tell me that's speculation?
Vistaprint is where your big ideas become bold apparel, so you can wear and share your brand in custom t-shirts.
In accordance with the court decorum order.
And I apologize. Would you mind putting your names on the record?
Tess Crowley, Megan Thackeray with KSL.
Thank you. Have you both reviewed the court standing decorum order?
Yes. Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with the order?
No.
All right. Thank you both.
Speculation. We looking at the shit on video. We're looking at this man stand up in the chair, remove the fucking camera from behind Kirk's head where he was sitting, right behind his head that was facing towards the fucking audience. You mean to tell me that that's speculation? What the hell is wrong with you, woman?
In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the 4th floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone or electronic device in the courtroom may be addressed by the court.
Well, while he's giving out, Teresa, thank you so much for the future encounter. That was beautiful. That was 1,500 diamonds. Shout outs to Teresa for the 1,500 diamond future encounter. That was beautiful, sweetheart. Thank you again for that. Last question, right? This is day 5. Last question. Now, why wasn't there any blood on the ground?
Provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or of other visible reactions during the hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case, or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, and orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved.
Now you're asking the right questions. Now you're asking questions instead. Because, again, everything that I say is allegedly, right? Again, I could be wrong. But again, video evidence don't lie. All right? Well, GV, it could have been AI. Somebody could have photoshopped the video. Could have. You're right. You're absolutely correct. But again, how come they didn't focus on the crime scene under the tent? The whole tent area, the ground, the chairs, the table, the backdrop behind the tent. I mean, behind Charlie's chair. The undercover officers. The flag tunnel. His SUV. His clothing. His shoes. Everybody that was involved with Charlie Kirk. How come they didn't? In a way, you ready for that? Are you ready for that one? You got to look at everything instead of just dialing in on one. This is what the court is not going to say. This is what they're not going to do. This is what our federal government is not going to do. This is all, the world is a stage, sweetheart. If you by chance, look, again, this is our 5th day paying attention to this bullshit. The majority of the chat, hell, they ass was falling asleep. GV, this shit don't make no damn sense. It's not adding up. And we know why.
Failed to comply with this court's orders after all of the effort that we made and the court made to make sure that the court balanced everybody's rights, including the rights that we're concerned about, which are Mr. Robinson's. No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it...
Y'all know this motherfucker could talk. This is live, y'all. This is live today. This is day 5. Day 5, okay? Hopefully this is the last day. And so again, when we ended the live on... Keep on. I told you yesterday what I'm gonna do with your left eyeball. Keep on, Teresa. Keep on. Listen. So again, y'all, they just laying out the ground, the rules. We already know the rules. We heard this shit for 4 fucking days. Yesterday, when I ended the live, the magistrate told the prosecutors and the defense and also the social media attorney, the media attorney, told them tomorrow, which is today, make this shit quick. I'm paraphrasing. Make this shit quick. Don't be coming up here arguing. I don't want to be here till 5 o'clock. I don't want to be here till 4 o'clock. Make your arguments quick so we can get out of here. The magistrate is annoyed. He don't want to be there.
If it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately. So I'm not going to wait until I recognize and appreciate what you
Thank you, Queen
described,
Momo.
and this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this, so I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning, and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed, and I don't disagree with you.
Then why don't we beg the court's indulgence? We don't.
Man, happy Friday to you too. Queen Momo, thank you for the hand hearts. Teresa is showing the fuck out. Happy Friday to your ass too. Teresa, girl, you keep playing with me.
And to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation, and I also appreciate the court's desire to address the consequences, if any, immediately.
Thank you, Mr.
I was not
Novak.
trying to delay it. I just think it's an issue which warrants some thought. The court has said it gave it some thought. We will have a suggestion very briefly.
Thank you. Turning to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think at the outset it's important to recognize that everyone's doing their best here. The court is, I know the clerks are, I think the media is, we certainly are, and the defense is. This issue came up in the context of an examination of a witness. One exhibit was published. Before the exhibit at issue was also brought onto the screen, I explained what we were going to do, and then the exhibit was brought onto the screen. I reviewed the video last night. The camera captured this for approximately 2 seconds. The camera operator, I think, acting in diligence and appropriateness, immediately panned as soon as she realized that there was a new exhibit on the screen. The court took it down, and as soon as they realized that an exhibit was on the screen, I immediately instructed my paralegal to take it down, and it was. Defense, I think everyone involved here made quick and appropriate efforts as soon as they realized a mistake had been made to remedy and mitigate that issue. As I explained what I was what we were going to do, defense counsel did not object as that happened. And the reason I bring that up is because of the requirement for timely objections. Moreover, I do want to say this exhibit was read into the record.
Aloe vera, yes.
Read into the record earlier.
Yes, it was.
Also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally,
yes, we're live on YouTube and Rumble. Just make sure you have your notifications on YouTube, Julia.
that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing. But I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed. Any other questions from me, Your Honor?
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when defense comes back. I want to weigh this and taking in consideration, and I find your representations to be accurate as to what occurred. I believe that I noticed it and asked for it to be taken down because I have a live stream on my screen for that very purpose. And the sequence, I believe I made note, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. It's been a long 4 past days, but that's the only addition that I find to the representation. And certainly, Mr. Novak, feel free to correct it if you believe the sequence was any different. I just want to make sure a clear record is being made of what happened in order for whatever happens next to be appropriate and proportional to the actions that occurred.
No, and that's consistent with my memory, and I also reviewed the video, the live stream as well, in preparation for this issue today. So that's exactly what I think happened. From my perspective, examining the witness, I did not have a view.
Okay, be quiet. You said Erica is not on the defense. I don't think that's funny to actually think she had anything to do with it. Oh, really? No, his wife, that woman is a saint. I love you, Charlie. To the man that killed my husband, I forgive you. I love you, Charlie. Not Erica.
Was asked to be published through all three of the court's phases. The court said it will be admitted into evidence, be shown in the courtroom, will not be shown on the cameras. That happened about 3 hours into the hearing. That all went smoothly and well. That operated exactly as it is intended to. That requires the participation of everyone, the court, the defense, the state, media, camera operator, all to do that well. Later in the day, when in the video I reviewed, this was about 5 hours into the runtime yesterday. The second exhibit that was going to be compared side by side was introduced. That also went through that three-step process. In that case, the court said that that could be admitted into evidence, shown to the court, and then also shown on the cameras. So it was put on the courtroom cameras. At that point, there was what I think is a useful practice by the camera operator to wait a beat, because sometimes mistakes do happen, right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera operator to be able to capture that. Examination on that exhibit began. Then, because the examination seemed to call for that juxtaposition, without much warning for anyone involved, the previous exhibit that was intended to be juxtaposed was placed on the screen. From, I think, a observer's view who didn't know where the testimony was going without warning. The camera operator, I think quite astutely, within seconds, recognized this is a different exhibit. And recalling the court's prior order, recognized I should pan off, and did within seconds. I think at the time that was happening, the court also caught that and said, let's not do that. Now, and that was the end of it. I think the 2 seconds is about right. I don't want to minimize that. I understand the point that Mr. Novak is making. We are operating in some ways on high wire. And we are trying to place as many nets as we can, and all the parties are working together to try to do that. But in the age in which we live, one of the challenges is that sometimes when something like that is placed on a live screen, someone can screenshot it, and like Mr. Novak said, if they want to put that for sale on the internet, then they can. That's why working together to ensure that even small mistakes like that don't happen is critical. And the media has the media coalition that are given the opportunity and the benefit of being able to be here to run cameras and to take photographs have complete buy-in on that point. There are, of course, people out there watching a live stream that are not part of our coalition that we can't control, and that's why it's so important that we get these pieces right.
Clear the way! It's time for the Big Bang!
Full text, every word of that exhibit is contained in a search warrant, in this case, that was initially filed on September 17th. This is in the 4th District, but in a different court. Was held for 6 months, as search warrants often are. But then on March 17th, March 16th, March 17th, was released in full. On page 7 of that search warrant is the full text of this exhibit. I don't want to suggest that anybody gets the right to say, well, I think it's public. The court has said don't show it in the screen, but since I think it is, we'll just come back later on and tell the court it's not a big deal because it's already public. That's not how it works. If we say we think it's in the public, the court says, I understand that, but I'm going to make an order. That order should be adhered to. But I do, for the purposes of prejudice, for potential remedy, for the court's concern and the court's sleepless nights, I do want the court to know that as well. And members of our coalition have pointed out to me as we've talked about this, while we take this very seriously, it is true in this case that the full text of that, not the image of the exhibit itself, but the full text is already in the public sphere, has been reported on, and is out there. I only want to reinforce, to close, the recognition that the media, our coalition, I, as an attorney for that coalition, have an obligation to make sure that mistakes don't get made. And in this case, even though I believe that the camera operator didn't act in violation of the court's decorum order, didn't do something that was forbidden by that there was an order that said, don't publish this exhibit. And because it flashed on the screen when the camera operator was filming that screen, that did happen. The media is fully bought in. I, as one of the attorneys and the other attorneys for the Media Coalition, are fully bought in on a goal to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. Of course, I understand Mr. Novak and the defense's need to make a record and make an objection, and I also recognize and appreciate and understand the court's role in trying to make sure it.
I don't give a damn what nobody say. Candy Cane just came in here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 towards the live goal. Y'all, let's knock out that live goal. Let's go, y'all. Candy Cane, appreciate it. Girl, thank you so much. God is blessing every shout out to you. God damn. Shit. 13 of them.
The full effect and exposure, I remember it, but given the nature of this and trying to weigh the constitutional rights of all parties, I want to be thorough and look at it exactly. So as we move forward, as I evaluate what's being requested by the parties, that I am at the level of knowledge and because what.
With style, got a sharp intuition and a confident smile. People tell stories, she can listen for a while. Then she finds the missing pieces hidden under every pile. Walking in designer flair, gold hoops in the ears and highlights in the hair.
But I cannot see, I'm legally blind.
Tiny little diva, but contradictions from a mile down the street. Gucci on.
Y'all showing the fuck out. Knocking that live goal out, man. I appreciate that, Leanne. Damn, I could finally pay my cell phone bill now.
Order is a different issue from how long.
I forgot my mic was on.
To correct the violation. It's a permanent consequence. In other words, that image is out there forever and ever in violation of the court's order, no matter what.
Thank you, Teresa.
Actions the court, the state, and the media took to remedy it, because that's the technological world we live in. So that's my response, if I may, to the arguments. But we can hold our suggestion until the court's ready for it.
All right. If the parties feel it'd be helpful to confer while the court is reviewing it, you may, just so that if you choose to, I encourage it. If you don't, I respect that. A court's going to take about 5 minutes. Again, I just want to review it, to be brought up to full speed and just to have it freshly in my mind.
I'm going to make one more point, if I may, and that is this is not the first time that this has happened. We had earlier proceedings in this case where the cameras depicted images inside the courtroom that the court had prohibited, and the court imposed certain consequences on the media as a result of that.
Whoa.
And so that's just something to keep in mind.
Objection.
In my opinion, if I may. Thank you.
Well, fuck your damn opinion. They finna take a break. So y'all know before they put it up on the screen, they would say no objection from both sides. And they said, okay, we can make it public on 1, 2, and 3 on all 3 sides. And that's when the camera would pan on, over and put it on the screen, right? So what the hell are these folks talking about now? Let me ask y'all a question. What image or images are they speaking of so I can put up the correct image that they mad that we caught, that the public caught, right? Not the you said, did the cameraman jump the gun? No. Again, they only put it up on the screen when they said no objection from both sides. They said, okay, y'all can view it. Everybody can view it, including the public. And that's when the cameraman would pan over to the screen and show it to everybody. So what you said, you think it was Tyler Robinson, it was the latter? Hell, they put it up there. They put it up there. Did nobody object to it? So now I'm confused. So again, where's the young lady that been arguing with me since we started the live stream? Why they okay? If everything is true, how, you know, are they mad that people took their letter and they broke that motherfucker down? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Because y'all know social media like to take stuff and break shit down. Yvonne, thank you for the love you. Because I don't see a problem. You said social media also likes to fabricate a lot of stuff. Yeah, they do like to do that too. Social media is a world full of lies. People can be whoever they want to be on social media. And people believe the shit. See, a lot of people think I'm bald-headed. Julia, thank you so much for the 3 love yous, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yvonne and also Julia, thank you. You said the judge said they couldn't post the entire letter. Again, the cameraman was only doing what the courts allowed him to do. Both sides agreed upon it. Again, I'm still confused. Yeah, that is, well, again, that's what I hear. So I have a question, right? Why? You say it was accidentally shared. Again, who's controlling the PowerPoint? Who up there at the stand controlling the PowerPoint presentation? And we accidentally showing shit now? Would the courts agree to show? So again, I'm confused. Amy, thank you for sending the slide coaster because it's hot as hell outside. You said the prior was approved. The second part was not yet approved. The courts knew, they knew that the camera was on the screen, was filming the screen. I'm going to proceed to the next. Okay. Is it okay for me to go to the next? Yes. The question is was the letter vetted to actually being authorized by Tyler? Again, we could only make assumptions. You said the clerk jumped to the next part and put it up. The state lied when asked if it was made public. Apple said, from what the judge said, person tasked with changing exhibits was supposed to cut before, I guess, the next. You said, yes, go back and watch the part of the video. It would show that the clerk screwed up. Okay, so we're saying that the clerk, so the clerk screwed up. You said right wing influencers are posting it everywhere. Yes, this is going to go viral. This is going to go viral for real, for real. So again, you can't blame it on social media. You can't tell us to, remove it from our uh um um uh, uh from our platforms because before the camera panned over to put it up on the screen, the judge said, made it clear, no objection from the defense, no objection from the prosecutors. All right, we can show it on the screens for the public to see. So don't be trying to come after us because we got it. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other people have this letter that is supposed to be posted on social media. So again, you can't come after us because y'all said it was good to go. So whatever they changed, that's on them. They ain't got, yeah, you said that's their mistake. Absolutely. You said the text of the letter was already made public in a warrant in March. Well, if it's in the warrant, it's public records. So, that is correct. Somebody's sister, how you doing? Man, that man got some good. Is it enough gel in his hair? Bro, we could see every type of gel that was used this week in your hair. Why you got your hair with split ends on this damn camera? Your hair is worse than some of these senators. Get your hair strands off this damn screen. We don't care about it. You look like you rolled your hair last night and look at your damn forehead. You sweating already and this fucking hearing hasn't started yet. Laura, I don't know what you're on earlier. Y'all forgive my moderators. If you see me pin a comment from the moderators, y'all just shoot it and hell, lesson of the day. So thank you, Mrs. Level Up. Thank you, sweetheart. I mean, I think a lot of us are tired, again, from what we've been experiencing so far with this fucked up ass hearing. A lot of us, hell, this would drive anyone crazy. Anyone, if you really been paying attention. You said, do you think it will go to trial? They will try. They will try. I mean, this is the last day to make your arguments. Because again, I haven't seen anything. Hell, I didn't know that they were Tyler and his boyfriend. I didn't know that they started playing sword fighting 3 months after they met as roommates. I didn't know they were starting to poke around. I don't care. You ain't gotta like me. Really don't care. I don't come here for people to like me. Some people hate my guts so bad, they started whole lives about me for for damn near 2 weeks. Chat, is I'm lying? We got people so butthurt because they're not allowed back on my platform. They started whole lives about me for 2 damn weeks. Chat, is I'm lying? I mean, am I lying? 2 weeks. I'm talking about butt hurt going off on my ass. Like, literally. I mean, you know, they and then the people that be in the comments, that be all up, like that be up your ass, right? Ooh, I support you, GV. Was the same motherfuckers in there entertaining the live. So again, when people talk about you, embrace it. That's a lesson learned in life. When people talk about you, embrace it, because you're doing something that they failed to do. So now they are hating on you. Just simple, easy. That's free publicity. Let people talk about you. Don't get mad. Don't get upset. Oh, I can't believe she said that about me, or he said that about me. Embrace it. If somebody get on here and say, hey, you got a fat ass with 3 booty holes, embrace them 3 booty holes. That means shit can get out of your ass quicker. I told you, the stuff that comes to my mind is just I gotta work on that. I need counseling. I need counseling. Just whatever. Really don't care. And listen, I do apologize for falling asleep on y'all asses when I leaned my chair back on yesterday. I was tired. I was tired. So, you know, we don't know how today's going. I mean, they already starting out, you know, apologizing and fucking up and fucking up and shit. The same thing they did on Tuesday, fucking up shit. So, you know, if it's going on and I decide to lean my chair back and take a brief little nap, y'all, hell, don't take it personal. I'm just resting my eyelids. You said fun fact. Fart. How the hell? Fart is one of the oldest surviving words in English. How the fuck? Why would you even look up something like that? You said because it was boring as hell. Like right now, look, y'all. We looking at the ceiling. I mean, they got some nice, you know, some very nice spotlights. You know, I like the dark, the dark wood that's going on to help create the scene. You know, look like the wood is like a floating ceiling because you can see the fluorescence over this way at the top, right? On the top, you know, got a nice little thing going on, but we don't care about that. We just want to. You say, yep, we know it was, and she was in on it. He said, GB, we need to get you a pole. If y'all can get me a pole, I will install that pole right somewhere over here, and I will shake my ass on that pole. I'm dead serious too. I'm not lying. I'm serious. Y'all mean to tell me they fucking up this bad? Like, is that bad? What that lady at? You know, she's so sure that this shit is true and evidence is there and blah, blah, blah. What that lady at that was arguing with me earlier? Do she not see what's going on here? The courts can't even get it right. You said I'm not sure what to do with that information. Kiki, just sit on it. You said I see a hole. Nope, I'm not going to entertain that one. Mm-mm. I keep that one to myself. It's a lot of people saw holes. Hell, it's a person sitting next to the defense attorney saw a hole. And saw that saw it was room for opportunity. Not knowing that hole was going to put him in a hole of mess, in a whole different world of trouble. He didn't know he was going to fall off into this deep end. He really fell into some shit this time. Oh shit. You said of that exploding mic in the SUV. Again, they're not going to talk about it. They're not going to bring it up. It's too much like right to bring this stuff up. You said, are they still at recess? I didn't know we was on recess. I just see somebody's head. And he looked white. Because I ain't seen no black folks in this courtroom. Because they know we'll get up there and fuck up the whole damn case. We'll get up there and say, so Mr. Great Vibes, what did you see? I ain't see shit. Y'all can excuse him, sir. We gonna hold you in contempt. Get out of here. They know we'll fuck up the whole damn thing. Because half of us don't know how to talk. That's why they didn't have black jurors at the Carmelo Anthony's trial. I'm sorry, that slipped out. I shouldn't have said that. You said, I thought they were your house the whole time. Candy Cane, what you talking about? Where I'm sitting? Vero, I don't know. Thank you, Coop. See, even Rumble know I'm tired. You said they just don't care what we see them do anymore. They're gonna lie about everything all the time. All right. Shit. Well, while we were waiting on that, let's do this. Let's do this. Well, while we were waiting on that, let's do this. I knew that. Okay, testing, testing. All right, hold on. Let me get this audio. I don't know why my audio is not working. Damn, that's loud. Candy Cane, sweetheart, thank you. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know what the hell her ass showing. Candy Cane, thank you for helping the live stream out. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. Man, thank you.
Allow you guys to contribute before we go away. So welcome back to Candace. Not mean that every single person at Turning Point USA is implicated, right? Doesn't mean that any person at Turning Point USA is implicated.
Hold on, y'all.
I needed to fully assess the character of a lot of individuals that were around Charlie, people who I couldn't believe would betray Charlie. I wanted to see who would lie, who would cover up, who would get behind and host commentators who were friends of Charlie Kirk's as they lied through their teeth to the public, tried to dissuade them from looking at certain evidence, telling them this is not possible, this is not true, but most importantly, getting people who were intimately involved on that day to tell their stories over and over and over
I need to
again.
straighten this
People
camera
like
up.
Frank Turek, his car ride, which is told differently than it is by Brian Harpole, their memory, very short ride. Both of them telling stories that are not matching. The shows that they are choosing to go on when they share it, the terms that they are using, conspiracy theorists, demonic. We needed to see who these people are. Anyway, like I said, I won't belabor the point, but you get it.
I'm trying not to get the live
Recently,
violated.
as you guys have seen, we have been, at long last, after debunking many elements of this case with various things that we have presented to the public, exclusively convinced that Tyler Robinson did not murder Charlie Kirk. Was he an accessory to murder? Did he help out that day? Did he bury clothes at Dairy Queen? Certainly believe he did pick up clothes and bury them at Dairy Queen. I do not believe that he was on campus on top of Losey Center firing a shot at Charlie Kirk's neck. I can say that unequivocally. And you saw that we began to reintroduce a theory that John Bray had been working on for a very long time regarding an explosive. He was convinced from the very beginning, John Bray, that Charlie's microphone was rigged. beneath him and that it subsequently shattered. We obviously had those car pics, had been working on that in the background, but what we did not do was release all of the car photos. The purpose of that, obviously, is to see how audacious people will be. Will they lie? Will they lie and pretend that that is just, I don't know, blood drops? No, that's crazy. That's not Charlie's microphone. That's not the Rode microphone. That's something else. It's a pair of sunglasses. And lie they did through their teeth. So we are going to show you additional photos. So I want to say right at the top here, obviously, viewer discretion is very much advised. We are not going to, obviously, we've already seen the other photos. It's going to be very much like that. It's not like you're going to see Charlie's body here, but it will also show you some other details of the car that we can speak to you.
Us to review the video, and I appreciate the patience of the parties as well as everyone in attendance when it comes to constitutional matters and balancing constitutional rights and transparency. This court will take the necessary time to make sure it's given the weight it deserves, and it is deserving of every moment that has been spent. Mr. Novak, turning to you. And perhaps before you begin, let me go ahead and make a record of what I noted that is at issue. And after I put this on the record, certainly if either side wishes to be heard about the court's understanding, I welcome your comments. Exhibit 24 was displayed on the monitor visible to the media camera. Exhibit 16 was displayed on all monitors and appeared on the live stream for approximately 3.5 seconds. The camera operator redirected camera before any party called attention to the display of Exhibit 16. Approximately 16 seconds later, the court observed the image and stated, "Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of Exhibit 16 had previously been made public through a search warrant that was publicly available on or before April 2026. The portion displayed on the monitors did not contain the full note and consisted of approximately 78 words. Approximately 15 of those words were included in the information filed on September 16, 2026. In addition, the full note was read into the record during the preliminary hearing. The court previously ordered that Exhibit 16 be admitted into evidence and permitted its display within the courtroom, but prohibited its publication through the camera used for the live stream. And that concludes the findings of the court as it relates to this issue. Do the parties wish to be heard before we go into what you're requesting about the record on what occurred?
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the feed again, and what you have said today is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, any?
No, Your Honor, I don't take issue with the court's factual summary.
All right. Turning to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to renew our request to exclude all electronic media coverage from all future proceedings. That was our motion docketed at number 305, and that included video cameras, still photography, and audio. This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic media coverage have been violated. I'm a baseball fan, and I just don't think the court needs to wait for the third strike. 2 strikes is enough. If I may, the alternative remedy, which we think is not wholly adequate, which is why we think it's an alternative and a less desirable alternative.
Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 live on Fox 1, June 11th through July 19th.
Coverage of today's hearing, which we had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say, preliminarily granted the requests for today. That was sort of the chain of events. And that the court proactively preclude electronic media coverage at the last day of the preliminary hearing, which will be September 1st. Now, I understand that there has not yet been a request for electronic media coverage for September 1st, but there is no doubt that there will be, just as this court previously observed that it wasn't prepared to preclude electronic media coverage at the preliminary hearing because there had not been any requests. There were requests, and those that were timely were all granted. The court denied one request because it was not timely for one particular day. So I guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of September 1st will be denied because that's the appropriate sanction for what happened yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So no doubt that the court balanced those prior ways in which the content of this exhibit had already been disclosed when the court decided that there would not be electronic media coverage. That's a fact that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along. So to summarize, and then I will stop because I know we still have a witness here, and of course the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect, is we would like the court to reconsider its order denying Motion 305 and grant it for the balance of all of the proceedings in this matter, or as an alternative, the court prohibit any further electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you very, very much.
Turning to the state and then to the media.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the remedy, we've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings. We've heard of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds. I've talked to the media attorney about this, and they do not have the capability to do that right now. My suggestion would be for future proceedings to order the media to look into that capability, and that would be a remedy that perhaps could be used in the future. I think that would be a satisfactory remedy to avoid this type of thing in the future. As to the other remedies requested, we have one witness. The final witness, well, the defense has one witness. That witness is a ATF DNA forensic biologist. And I assume that the exhibits that will be admitted through her will be of that nature. We've already, in fact, admitted the report that she is going to be testifying to. The reports, I should say, that's exhibits 30 and I believe 34. And so I don't think we have, and those have already been published, I don't think we have the same risks or, I'll just say risks with her testimony as we do with some of this other evidence that has already been admitted.
Thank you. To the media.
In a proceeding like this, the parties in the court and the media are working together to learn and to refine their processes. I hear Mr. Novak's remarks about challenges that we've run into in the past. I recall, it hasn't been that long ago, a time when the camera was placed in a location in the courtroom that was causing challenges. The court moved it. When there were challenges with aspects of the court's ruling, the court reiterated those, and those processes improved. We are getting better at this. media is on board and recognizes the court's obligation and its significant efforts to balance the interests here. In light of the court's ruling, including its recognition that the media operator in this case beat almost all of us to the punch, right? And saw what was happening on the screen and moved away as quickly as they could. We believe that the procedures that the court currently has in place, even if they don't, every moment of every hearing deliver the result that we are intending to deliver. Those processes are working. I don't believe that a further adjustment, much less a sanction, much less a revisitation of something that says let's keep every photographer, every camera out of this courtroom for every proceeding. In light of the court's well-reasoned and exhaustive rulings after a long briefing on all of this, the court is currently balancing these interests correctly, and we therefore ask the court to allow the parties to recognize that the time we're dedicating this morning represents a reiteration of the importance of these principles. The media and the parties all recognize that, and we'll continue to endeavor at all times to do all that we can to ensure that those are adhered to, and let the parties go forward under the current procedures without further order or sanction by the court.
Thank you. Any further arguments before the court issues its ruling?
No, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I'm just updating my notes as I'm intending to issue this ruling right now. I'm just making sure that I'm capturing all the points made in the argument right now.
Our best friends won't stay in their best shape forever. But what if you could turn back time? Introducing Hip and Joint Advanced Care from Native Pet.
almost done. I appreciate the party's patience. This issue rises to the level that necessitates great care. And as my practice, I don't like to rush or make snap decisions, and I want to give this the full analysis that it's due. So thank you again for your patience.
Okay, so with that being said, listen, y'all, again, I've been listening. Y'all, yes, there was him typing on the keyboard like very aggressively. I never heard somebody type that hard. That's if they got a microphone on the keyboard to pick up that crazy ass sound. But listen, again, they're pushing for no media inside the courtroom during a trial. And if I'm not mistaken, did I hear that it's going to be a trial starting September 1? Did I hear that correctly? Thank you, Laura. Yes, that's right, the defense. Did I hear what is going on September 1? I know I heard that. So, Laura, they did say that. A decision will be made September 1.
Publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense that this constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged, and the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part.
Okay.
Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court.
Oh
there
my
has
God.
not been
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ass.
It has been filed, and all the deadlines which the court has imposed in regards to the MC filing are in place. If motions are filed, the court will entertain motions in brief argument ahead of the September 1st hearing and address it at that time. This is the ruling of the court. Thank you. Turning to the defense, if you wish, you may call your next witness.
September 1st
We would like the benefit of the record before we start taking evidence today.
Yes, Mr. Gernander, and I'll allow all parties, given the ruling of the court, briefly.
And I'll be brief, Judge. And this is in relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day. You mentioned, and I quote, "Sometimes you need to take time to save time," close quote. And so that's my purpose for standing up here this morning. We have spent the better part of a day, a little over 5 hours, I believe, hearing from witnesses that the defense has called at this preliminary hearing. And no doubt the defense is entitled to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing as allowed by the rules. But I think it's important that the court remind all parties about the purpose of this hearing. This is a probable cause hearing, as Your Honor has repeatedly stated. The defense has invoked the term reliability many times. And the court, frankly, has found the evidence that's been admitted, the testimony. As a gatekeeper, the court has found it reliable. It's been presented. The exhibits have been found reliable. So any questions of additional reliability are really questions of credibility of the witness and weighing of the evidence. And that is not really what this court engages in at the probable cause standard. And so this is all couched in the context of a likely forthcoming standing objection that the state may lodge if the testimony is long and drawn out and exceeds the scope of the preliminary hearing, gets into areas of a 702 hearing, possibly even trial. We will lodge this objection, but I wanted to just simply state the authority, Judge, behind our objection if we do make that. As your court is well aware, the magistrate at this stage of the case must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, and that's cited to in a number of Utah cases to include State v. Schmidt. Schmidt continues, this means that when reasonable inferences from the evidence cut both for and against the state's case, the magistrate lacks the discretion to choose between them and must leave such a determination to the fact finder at trial. A few other cases I would like to refer the court to. State v. Pledger, which is a Utah 1995 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this standard, the court says, the standard bars the magistrate from requiring the prosecution to...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Calling these witnesses, again, the court cannot really weigh those in favor of the defense. State v. Hester, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2000, where there is conflicting evidence, quote, the magistrate may not sift or weigh the evidence, but must leave those tasks to the fact finder at trial. Of course, we're not at trial yet. State v. Virgin, a Utah 2006 Supreme Court case, indicates that a magistrate may only disregard evidence at a preliminary hearing if it is, quote, so contradictory, inconsistent, or unbelievable that it is unreasonable to base belief of an element of the prosecution's claim on that evidence. There's a State v. Drozbecki case, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing, the court said, under this low bar, it may be difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause. Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution, close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. And the question needs to be asked, the purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context of this preliminary hearing. So again, we may be lodging a standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do other parties wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grunander's statement? To the defense?
No, please no defense. Please don't. Look how the judge looking.
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused.
It's alleged, sir.
The issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burt. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had well, I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Hell no.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. Now, after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bringing it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer so I want to make sure your voice is projected? Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and a DNA quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
Yeah, the live feed is up here on the box. TikTok. The live feed is up there. Right below me. Remember, I can't make the box. I got to keep it small at times so we don't get violated. Okay? So every now and then, I will make it big, right? We'll make it big. And then I'll make it back smaller. Esther, how you doing? Shout outs to y'all from Rumble. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're being safe out there on the road. Why we can't hear her? Are they blocking the media from listening to the witness? I know you motherfucking lying. I wait a minute. I know you lying. Hey, when you get done with them, make sure you take them upstairs and make sure you pop their teeth. Let me see your eye. Do you? I thought you ain't nothing. Your allergies or nothing ain't messing with your eye. You ain't got no allergies. Okay. Just take them upstairs. Make sure you cut the TV on. So y'all, I was talking to my children. So look here. So what the point is of? So we can't hear the witness. So they're blocking the witness. Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out, coach. I thought the judge said that we cannot view evidence on the screener. He didn't say nothing about us not listening to the witness.
Watch all FIFA World Cup matches on Fox 1. Now available with YouTube.
Oh, this some real. If man, listen. Listen. Let's see what Candace have to say.
About and tell you what's missing and why it does not register. Well, none of this registers, obviously, as right in our minds. What happened in this car does not match the stories that we have been told thus far. They're missing a big part. You don't just forget shattered glass,
For instance, the
tempered
next sample
glass
down,
from a microphone.
1.2, where the state read paragraph D, admitted paragraph F, you state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
You fucking serious?
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order.
Thank you.
So the question was whether audio could be transmitted, and my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits.
Thank you.
And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by the camera and displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
And to the state?
Yes.
And to the media?
Thank you.
Well, that's why I give my notation at the beginning of the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors, and that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur, and that's why that instruction is given.
Your Honor, Jeff Niner on behalf of the victim representative. We cannot see the court from where we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us to view the monitor.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this
It's not
one.
being published on the monitor to the court's right.
Right. The order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct. Okay, please approach the lectern.
Oh my.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it.
guy stinks!
It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider that the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing, and the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Y'all know social media is going to have a blast with this one, right?
Could you redisplay Exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that, from the FBI, testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes.
Does your agency employ that scale?
We can come to 5 conclusions at our agency, so there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The words strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot state that our evidence is infallible, nor can we state that there is a inconclusive result.
Shall not state that it's infallible or have a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
It also states, does it not, that you shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Correct.
So tell me why TikTok now listen, ain't nothing y'all have done. TikTok just suspended my gifting for 10 minutes because TikTok said, listen, gifts are suspended in your live and your live is restricted from the FYP for 10 minutes due to inorganic gift solicitation. Such as gifts through repetitive. Damn, it went away. It went. I didn't say nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not talking. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I ain't saying shit. I sat here quiet. I wasn't saying nothing. Lust ain't got nothing to do with that background. It's nothing to do with that background. We've been using that background since day one. And the background is what TikTok provides. Listen, fun fact, okay? If you ever go to the bathroom to shit, make sure you use hemorrhoid cream. All right, listen, thank y'all so much for being here. Let's make this negative or positive. Y'all start sharing the live stream out. Just keep tapping. Let people know that your boy GV is live. We're restricted for 10 minutes. I don't know if it'll let you share it out. I don't know. Yeah, it'll let you share it out. Yeah, yes, it will. It'll let you share it out. So y'all just keep sharing the live stream out. It's fine. Whatever. Now, it ain't got nothing to do with what's on the screen, okay? It ain't got nothing. Everything that I have on the screen, this is TikTok's. Streaming software that allows us to do this. This is their stuff. This is not mine. Again, we've been doing this since day one. So it's not that sometimes the AI would pick up on audio from another source and say, hey, that's us doing that. They did it the other day again. So, hey, but again, hey, it's TikTok, okay? You say it won't let you repost it. If it lets you share it, hey, that's cool. It's all right. Let's get back to it.
And are your reports in conformity with that? You're not stating or implying that anything you did here is asserting an absolute identification of someone as the source of any of the evidence that you examined, correct?
Correct. With forensic evidence, it's impossible to state with 100% certainty anything. That's why we report a likelihood ratio to speak to that uncertainty with us.
Why spread your money across multiple prediction markets when you don't have to? Access the 3 major U.S.
expressions: reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty.
Thank you, Mama Bear.
You didn't do that in any of your reports, correct?
Correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Correct. Now, when you can take that down. When did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
I do not.
Okay. Let me pull up Oliver 3 for the witness only. And go to the third page. Does that third page help refresh your memory on when you may have received this case?
Yes, on September 12th, 2025.
Okay. Is that when you first started doing work on the case, do you think?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to doing work on the case, did you receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yes, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your policy have, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Goes back to 1996, does it not, when the National NRC recommended a policy that samples be split wherever possible at the front end of the analysis to allow for independent examination.
Where possible, yes, that's correct.
Right, and they did that because it was their conclusion, was it not, that a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against the possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated. Such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
Correct.
Okay. Could you now go back to Exhibit 30, page 8? Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
That would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained, and then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1?
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does that mean, does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
And can we go to page 3 and 4?
3 and 4, please.
With the exception of the known samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, they were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures, such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations, in addition to the one we just reviewed, that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
In terms, is there something specific that you're?
Yeah, there is. Could you go to Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only? Are you familiar with this publication?
Yes.
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
Correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what, to simplify it, essentially what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? $136. This is Baker 30. Keep going. There we go, right there. Wait, 135, I'm sorry. And then scroll down to the next page. So they're making recommendations here as to how the report should be worded, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you whether you agree with some of these limitations, or they call them caveats. They talk about how you describe the number of contributors, and they say the true number of contributors of DNA to an item can never be known. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. They also say, let me ask one question before I ask this one, which is, do you use something called a reporting cap in all three of your reports?
Yes, so for our likelihood ratio statistics, we cap the statistic at 1 trillion. The actual number could be a lot higher. It could be quintillion, octillion. We chose 1 trillion because it has meaning, I think, to people that can understand what 1 trillion is. An octillion and a quintillion gets a little high at that point, so we cap at 1 trillion.
And they talk here, do they not, about how you convey the idea of a reporting cap, and they say the LR reporting cap was chosen because of the limitation of biostatistical modeling and independence assumptions of STR loci. Do you agree that that's why the cap is chosen?
I believe we chose our cap for the reason I stated.
Do you disagree with that statement in terms of why the cap is chosen?
I'm not familiar with the paper that's referenced there, so I would have to familiarize myself before I said I agreed or disagreed.
Fair enough. And then they also suggest that you alert in your report that profile descriptors cannot be applied to activity level issues. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so this is what you were stating about calling a major contributor. It doesn't speak to the activity that led to the DNA deposition.
Right. DNA profiles may be described as major, minor. However, these descriptors should not be interpreted in the context of a decision regarding the nature or the mechanisms, actions, or timing that led to the deposition.
Yeah, hold on one second. Laura, or my damn moderators. Laura, why is this important? What made you go into the search, your search history and to look up how many people have a third nipple? You're going to have so many men confused on which one that's going to turn their woman on. She just sitting there looking like, oh, shit, nothing happening yet. Try that nipple. Well, hell, that one don't work. Let me put tape over this one. Okay, this one work and that one work. Stop. Just stop with the nipple search. Just stop. Please. Y'all forgive my moderators, okay? Just forgive them, okay? Oh my goodness. Boy.
Of the DNA. You agree with that?
Correct, yes.
All right. And then the other sort of limitation, convey that the DNA results cannot be interpreted as the analyst providing an opinion regarding who the source of the DNA is.
Yes, so this is, once again, we don't make source attribution statements. We will say there's support for inclusion, and then we back up that with a statistic.
So from a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Okay. Another limitation they talk about on likelihood ratios, on the next page, please, 137. Likelihood ratios cannot...
Y'all forgive me, Kayla must be nice. Let's continue.
Speak to the likelihood of a proposition, only to the probability of the results given a pair of propositions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Explain that, because that's a little above my pay grade in terms of understanding.
So a likelihood ratio statistic compares the probability of the DNA profile of the evidence given two competing hypotheses or two competing scenarios. Typically, the first is that the person of interest is included, and then the exclusionary hypothesis would be that the person of interest is excluded, so there's a random, unknown, unrelated individual contributing.
Okay. And when they're elaborating on that point, they say a likelihood ratio indicates if and to what extent the DNA analysis results support one proposition over another. It is not possible on this basis alone to determine which is the most probable proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next limitation they suggest you convey is that convey that DNA statistics cannot imply uniqueness within a population. Do you agree that that's a legitimate limitation?
Yes.
And explain what that means. Does that go back to the issue of source? You can't assign a source to a DNA sample?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
It says you should delineate the meaning of a verbal qualifier, but you didn't use one in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your testing cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mischaracterize it, your testing none of the testing in any of the three reports can answer the question of how and when DNA got deposited. Is that true?
That is true. DNA can't speak to the activity that led to the deposition of the DNA.
And the report says, with regard to that issue, with the increased sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated software, a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swabbed. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Do you agree with that?
Yes, once again, I cannot speak to the activity.
Can you explain how it's possible that a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swabbed?
Tell us.
So it's possible if, say, the pen that you're sitting there using for the week, you, say, hand it off to the judge, and the judge then touches it for a period of time, and then I swab it. It doesn't speak to who handled it last. I could test that. I could get both of your profiles. I wouldn't know which person was the last person to handle that item.
All right. And similarly, if you had a lot of DNA on your hand, we shook hands, I then went to pick up an exhibit, a gun, I touched the trigger of it, your DNA could be on that trigger, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay, even though you never touched the gun.
Yes.
And that's why, because of those possibilities, you can't make any assessment of how or when DNA got deposited, correct?
Correct.
How long can DNA persist on an item?
DNA is quite stable over time. It can be broken down due to environmental insults, so things like heat and humidity are known to break down DNA over time. But I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were certain of the samples that you tested in this case degraded samples?
There was degradation present.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
Environmental insults, heat, humidity.
Now, the second report that you wrote had to do with a Dremel item that was taken from Mr. Robinson's home?
Correct.
And did you request certain what are called elimination samples in regard to items that were recovered from his home?
Yes.
Tell the court what an elimination sample is as opposed to a sample that relates to what's called a POI, person of interest.
So an elimination sample is a sample taken from a known individual that it may be assumed that they could have come into contact with it. If I were to, say, swab your vehicle, then I would want your DNA sample as an elimination to eliminate you in order to look for any additional DNA that may be there.
And you say they're assumed contributors because depending upon the location, for instance, somebody's house, you would expect if there were multiple people in that house that perhaps everybody in the house could contribute to a certain DNA result.
It's possible.
So you'd want samples from all those folks to see if they contributed to an item that would be associated with a place where they congregated.
Correct.
And I noticed from your case file that you also requested, but I don't think you received, elimination samples from agents who were involved in this case.
Correct.
Why do you request those samples?
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive, and so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted.
Hold on,
elimination.
Hold on, wait. Before she continue, okay, I'm gonna pause the video. Again, everybody, welcome in. If you haven't did your daily heart meet, TikTok, please do that. YouTube, if y'all haven't hit that like and follow and hit the subscribe button. And also feel free to join the membership to help out the channel. And on top of that, same thing on Rumble. Y'all welcome in. Don't forget to share the platform out. And again, thank y'all for being here. Look like somebody's trying to come up real quick. I'll do this very quickly, okay? Okay. Who's Man Beam? Before we get to that, let me see. Because I really wasn't taking anybody out right now. Let's see what Mark have to say. I promise you, anytime now. You just anytime, just feel free to load in. You know, I mean, Mark. I mean, I don't know if it's a cell phone issue or, you know, you can feel free to load your phone in at any time. I mean, you could load it in. I mean, we're waiting because we're trying to get back to the video. Your damn phone ain't loading in, sir. I was trying to let you up, but it's not coming in. But people get mad at me for not letting people up. But the damn phone ain't loaded in. So what the hell you want me to do? The motherfucker is loaded. It's loading up. You been waiting for the last 10 minutes. I'm trying to bring your ass up. Don't know what the fuck you want me to do. So I'm finna drop your ass. Oh, you didn't mean to? Oh, my bad. My bad.
Samples that you requested in connection with items seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twiggs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Question. Y'all hear me out. When you're dealing with evidence as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, you are trained to deal with a crime scene with gloves. Most of the time, latex gloves. Am I right or am I wrong? You seal that evidence, then you send it off to the lab. Why the fuck are you finding DNA evidence allegedly from agents on these items? But you quickly, right? You quickly want to rule them out of it, you know, just say, hey, you know what? You know, there's stuff on it, but we just gonna rule them out. Somebody said, well, from the sweat and the different things like that. I know how crime scene works. When you pick up an item, you're not holding it up close to you and allowing, you know, sweat and stuff to get on it. You're picking it up. You're putting it in, you know, you seal it, you're picking up the item, you're putting it into an evidence bag, right? Most likely a clear bag. And you're able to view the item from there. That's why you go ahead and quickly seal it. That's why when you see a crime scene, you preserve the crime scene area. You tape it off. I smell bullshit.
Okay, and if you could scroll down to page 4, which is the table. I just want to review briefly with you. For instance, item number 1.4, which was a swab from the rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father, and you found his DNA on that particular swab, correct?
I would say there was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the bolts of the rifle.
I'm glad.
It's support for inclusion okay, listen, hold on. So you eliminate the agents that's very well trained on how to deal with a crime scene, but you quickly dismiss that, and now we're back on we're on his father. Okay, all right, okay.
You pointed that out. That's, again, consistent with your other testimony. You're talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct. And
again, not
possible.
Not because he's a suspect, but because he's associated with that premise.
Oh,
correct. And there would have been a likelihood ratio statistic calculated to go along with that.
Okay, boy, this bullshit.
Could you go
damn bullshit.
To the next page.
How the hell y'all can sit here and listen to this shit?
Similarly, with respect to 1.6, you found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6, or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There's support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twiggs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be on there, right?
How the fuck can you take this to trial? Somebody that's more educated than I am, because it's a lot of y'all are smart. Y'all do your research. I have a lot of people that's smart as fuck that follows this platform. How the fuck can you take this to trial? Somebody please help me out. I'll open up the panel for 30 seconds real quick. Somebody educate me. How the fuck can they take this to trial? Anybody? Radical River, you got 30 seconds. Let's go. How you doing, sweetheart? When she knew, how you doing, sweetheart? You got 30 seconds. Educate me on something, please.
Okay, I am going to educate you on something. It's called inappropriate prosecution, and it's called government. It happened to me. I have never heard so many lies told about me when they sentenced me to life. This is the fall guy, period. Have a great day.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. She told it. She said what she said. Again, I just want to make sure I ain't crazy. I want to make sure we're hearing the same thing here. All right. Okay. All right. Let's move forward. Cause everybody fingerprints is every damn where, including the law enforcement officers. Law enforcement, Tyler, his damn boyfriend, shit, the damn daddy.
Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twiggs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Now at McDonald's, get more value when you order from the under $3 menu.
That's a lie. I tried it.
Amazing.
This is Samsung Micro RGB Color. Microscopic lights create colors never before.
You're familiar with something called NGS?
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA, so it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if other labs have implemented it?
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
Now, you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156, Oliver 156? Let me know when you're there. Are you aware that STR, the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals, and there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself over and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like
Can somebody please turn his damn mic down? Don't nobody want to hear the judge typing on his damn laptop. Somebody turn his mic down.
No, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this?
This is 154.
Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I've reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the entire
Go to
thing.
the first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele.
Correct.
At that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STRmix, the StarMix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom line is you're comparing alleles one against another.
Correct.
So if a person is a 1717 and the evidence sample is a 1717, you're looking at that comparison.
Correct.
And again, measuring only length.
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that researchers have found that that particular allele, the D317 allele, that there are actually 3 different 17s, 17A, 17B, 17C.
Yeah, so there's something known as isoalleles. What that is you may have, in this case, a 17 allele, but the sequence within that 17 allele is different. So 2 people may have a 17, but they may have a different sequence within their 17 allele.
And it's been found that there is a 17A, a 17B, and a 17C, correct?
Objection. Relevance to the probable cause hearing. At this point, I think we've once again gone beyond probable cause, and based on Mr. Grunlander's argument, I would invoke his argument here in the case law that he referenced, and I object to this question.
Let me withdraw the question, reframe it, and move beyond it.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. It will be reframed, and we'll go from there.
I ain't gonna hold you. Now on this part right here, now y'all know this defense attorney, he was getting on our last nerves. Well, he's been getting on our nerves all week long. But I'm actually liking it. I enjoy his line of questioning to try to dismantle this new technology with fingerprinting and DNA analysis. I'm really enjoying this, okay? I'm learning something.
It's true, is it not, that at least 1, 2, 3, 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection. Relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that?
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis, Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. The question may be asked if counsel chooses.
Okay.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match?
No, it's not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence to, we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It depends.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt.
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. It's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. A likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
Replit removes the complexity that makes the job of a software engineer really hard. I love to use this analogy where models are like the car engine and we're building the entire car around it ourselves.
Contributors.
Y'all bear with me. I'm grabbing something to eat. B. Bailey, thank you so much for your hand hearts. Thank you, baby. Hey, you sent 3 of them. Thank you, sweetheart. It was nice of you. Thank you.
You assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever?
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
Yes, I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
Well, I noticed throughout your report you used the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1-1, you say, the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
It's possible for them to present, yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately, in all cases, assuming a mixture as a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
You said you're referencing my SOP?
Yes.
Is it possible for me to take a look at it?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is that the difficulty of sorting out mixtures increases as the number of contributors increases. That's all understood, but that has nothing to do with the probable cause determination. Even if it's difficult, the inferences and the evidence is weighed in the favor of the state. The court cannot weigh the difficulty in determining this evidence. Is it fair for a trier of fact at a jury? Sure it is. But we're now getting into weight issues that are relevant for a jury, but not for this court.
Well, he's implying this is going to be an extended discussion. I have one question which he wants to look at her manual to make sure it's in there. So, and then I'm done.
All right, I'll allow this question, so I'll overrule the objection. She may review the material and
so could you bring
question
up
can be rephrased.
one exhibit, Oliver 148? This is your SOP document, correct?
Correct.
And then go to page 83. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so it's true, is it not, that approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures?
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We've been going for a bit, and depending on how much cross, and trying to decide if a break is warranted or if, Mr. McBride, you wish your cross is limited. Again, not trying to say which way you should go. I'm just trying to weigh whether we should take a break.
I will probably be, I'll probably be 20 minutes.
All right, let's just keep going, and then at that point, we can take a break. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Somebody please get that microphone away from that judge's finger. He's typing too damn much. Cut that mic off.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our laboratory goes through a voluntary accreditation process where a external third party comes in and audits our laboratory to a set of standards. Specifically, the ATF laboratory is accredited, and specifically the DNA section of the ATF laboratory is accredited to 2 sets of standards. One is an international set of standards called ISO 17025 for testing laboratories. And additionally, a DNA-specific set of standards put forth by the FBI.
Does the accreditation require that the methodologies you use be validated?
Yes.
The methodologies used in this case have been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct.
Does the accreditation require that forensic biologists like yourself satisfy certain qualification standards?
Yes, we're required to perform competency testing prior to participating in casework. And additionally, we participate in twice a year proficiency testing.
And do you satisfy the competency and qualification standards required by accreditation?
Yes.
And at the time you did the testing in this case, did you satisfy those standards?
Yes.
Moving to your opinions, where on the firearm did you find evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
There were several locations. I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, would you look at your report? And this is, it looks like report number, or exhibit number 30. If we can pull that up just for the witness. Thank you, Kimberly. We had it for a minute here, a minute ago. Okay, if we could go to page number 2, please. Will you just list off the areas of that firearm where there was support for evidentiary support for inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
The swabs of the stock and grips of rifle, the swabs of the butt plate of rifle, swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, and the swabs of the forend of the rifle.
We go to page 3.
Swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of possible ridge detail / smudging on the optical accessory.
And page 4.
The swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. The swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case. The swabs of one 30-06 cartridge. And the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions. Let's look at page 5, please. And calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And
Oh, I feel good. Oh, oh, this is turn on. Oh.
We've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question in calculation number 3?
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson.
GV, what were you doing? I was finger fucking my keyboard. What's wrong? If they can do it in the court of law, how come I can't do it in my own personal home? And it felt good. I used multiple fingers.
The major component, and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1 trillion times more likely. So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
But the protocols in your laboratory say you cap that at the number 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. We would not report a number higher than 1 trillion.
And it looks like you also did a probability statistic as well in paragraph E. Is that right?
Correct. It's another way of stating the likelihood ratio statistic.
And will you state your findings you made here in paragraph E, and that's on page 6.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in a trillion.
And same question there. The trillion number, it could be.
You with me?
When we look at all the connected word, all the devices we are using.
7.
Radical, thank you for your hand hearts. Miss Level Up, thank you for your roses, sweetheart.
With regard to statistical analysis calculation number 7. Now, do you remember what 1.3 or 1.13 and 2.1 are?
I'd have to refer back to page 3, I believe.
You could jump to page 3. Thank you, Kimberly.
Page 4, I'm sorry.
Page 4.
The 1.13 is the swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. And 2.1 is the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case.
Now, did you do the swabs themselves?
I did not.
You welcome, sweetheart.
And 2.1 is a cartridge case, is that right?
Correct.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
So cartridge is unfired, cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of 2 individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
You're welcome.
It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
Nothing else.
Mr. Burt.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct, so they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger.
Do y'all hear this?
Correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles, and there are at least 4 contributors on that sample, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure. It's Exhibit 30.
Okay, so while she's referring to her report, wow. Okay, dude is good. So he's trying to take Radical. Thank you for that swan. Thank you for blowing. Damn, that was beautiful. Miss Level Up, thank you for watching the live for 100 minutes. Get back here. And also, damn, Radical, thank you for that. Just blossomed. He's the defense. He's trying to remove Tyler's finger from the trigger and also the trigger guard, because according to her report, she don't know if the swab came from the trigger or the trigger guard. So can that be conclusive or can it be inconclusive in court? I don't know. That will be up to the jury if they decide to take this to trial. But again, in its totality, he's trying to remove Tyler's finger away from the trigger because it's contaminated. And we don't know when his finger was placed on that trigger, along with many others. I like dude.
Good afternoon. You know why I pulled you over?
Not really, I was under the limit.
You rolled through a stop sign and...
Wait.
Are you even licensed to drive?
Hard to say.
Hey, don't... Stop the car! Dispatch, suspect vehicle just took off on foot...
Cajun, I told your ass, you girl, listen, woman, look, I would keep playing with me. I would oil up your kneecaps. Thank you so much for that big booty cord and sending your ass all over this damn live.
Good afternoon. You know why I pulled you over?
Not really. I was under the limit.
You rolled through a stop sign and...
Wait.
Are you even licensed to drive?
Hard to say.
Hey, don't... Stop! Stop the car! Dispatch! Suspect vehicle just took off on foot...
I'm calling dog protective services on your ass. She said, "Don't play with me, GV." Listen, thank you, Cajun girl. This guy's good. This is the best thing I've heard all week. Finally we got a little action here. But this guy's good.
Plaintiff's 30. Right?
You said Exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay. And again, with regard to all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
You referenced another statistic in your report, which is the statistic related to paragraph E, I guess?
Correct.
Is it what's called the random match probability statistic? Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio computation.
And it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person. Can't state it's infallible. Can't state there's a 0 error rate. And you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
No, she's done. She's done.
No.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Anything further from the defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right. Returning to prosecution, anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1 so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling?
Your Honor, I actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
Is that correct, Mr. Robinson? And I note that he's nodding in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Visser. All right. In regards to the outstanding issue about the publication of State's Exhibit 12.1 to the courtroom only, to persons here, any further input from any of the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Your Honor, Jeff and I, on behalf of the victim, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we...
Thank you.
Judge, I might just simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the live streaming folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further from any of the parties? Okay.
Just to let y'all know, TikTok only, they suspended my gifting. Just to let you know, because the AI picked up on the video. So when they take a break, I'll restart the platform, and we're going to discuss what we've heard so far. Then I'm going to play a few clips from Candace's reaction towards this. All right.
Just updating some notes.
And they restricted the live.
All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16.
Before we get into that, let me go ahead and do that now. If you see the follow button at the top of your screen, TikTok, if you see the follow button at the top of your screen, hit that right now. And make sure you hit that notification, so when I restart, you can see when I go back live. All right. So let's go ahead and knock that on out. All right. Appreciate it. I see y'all doing it. Appreciate it. All right. Butterfly, watched it. Yeah, it's all right. It says TikTok for you. All right. So give me 30 seconds. All right. 30 seconds. Oh, just. Boy, TikTok be on that stuff. So let me, before he issue his ruling, let's do this. And again, thank y'all so much for being here. YouTube and Rumble, thank y'all so much for being here. Thank y'all.
Everybody sing it loud. Everybody sing it loud. Everybody sing it loud. Great vibes on 10. Everybody sing it loud. Great. Yeah. The van keeps rolling, got the team all set. Chasing down the facts on the internet. Everybody talking, everybody got a claim. But we pull up looking deeper than the fame. Candy cane swinging that candy cane high. Walking through the chaos with a sparkle in the eye. Sweet on the surface, but she call out a lie. Got receipts in the pocket, watch the stories all collide. Must be clean in the middle with the game plan tight. Keeping everybody focused when it turns into a fight. Great vibes on 10, that's the motto every night. Bringing calm to the madness underneath the spotlight. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. For the win, candy cane, aloe vera, butter pecan in the mix. Ronnie Wet,
Danger Bun,
and Lovetta, dropping hits. Great vibes on 10. Yeah, we turning up the room. Scammers get nervous when they hear we're coming soon. Everybody singing loud. Great. Yeah, the van keeps rolling, got the team all set. Chasing down the facts on the internet. Everybody talking, everybody got a claim. But we pull up looking deeper than the fame. Candy cane swinging that candy cane high. Walking through the chaos with a sparkle in the eye. Sweet on the surface, but she call out a lie. Got receipts in the pocket, watch the stories all collide. Must be clean in the middle with the game plan tight. Keeping everybody focused when it turns into a fight. Great vibes on 10, that's the motto every night. Bringing calm to the madness underneath the spotlight. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. For the win, candy cane, aloe vera, butter pecan in the mix. Ronnie Wet,
Danger Bun,
and Lovetta, dropping hits. Great vibes on 10. Yeah, we turning up the room. Scammers get nervous when they hear we're coming soon.
great vibes on 10.
For the win,
That's the slogan we defend. Truth over fiction and we're riding to the end.
aloe vera cool when the drama gets hot. Smooth like a breeze when the rumors get caught. Everybody panicking, everybody losing track. She brings the conversation right back to the facts. Butter pecan steady, never rushing the case. Looking at the details, skills, everybody misplaced. Quiet with the wisdom, always keeping the pace. Then she drops one question and it changes the whole race. Ronnie wet, riding through the storm with style. Got a sharp intuition and a confident smile. People tell stories, she can listen for a while. Then she finds the missing pieces hidden under every pile. Now Loretta Von Lux, now Loretta Von Lux. Walking in designer flair, gold hoops in her ears and highlights in her hair. Luxury coat swinging while she surveys the scene. Spot a fake story quicker than you ever seen. Tiny little diva, but her instincts are elite. She can sniff out contradictions from a mile down the street. Gucci on the shoulders, confidence on max, while she's quietly collecting every piece of every fact. She don't gotta shout, she don't gotta bark. One look from Loretta and she's already found the mark. When the scammers start sweating and the stories don't match, Loretta's already smiling cause she solved another catch. Lights flat,
Crowd jump,
music hitting hard.
truth hunters,
Fact checkers never dropping guard.
everybody dancing while we're putting clues together. Searching through the nonsense no matter what the weather.
Danger, 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 danger bun. Hopping through the comments every day. Little bunny energy, but she's leading the way. Hashtag save the bunnies, yeah, you know what she'll say. Then she'll uncover 3 mysteries before the end of the day. Curly ears bouncing, got determination strong. When the trail gets complicated, she keeps moving along. People think it's funny till she proves the rumor wrong. Then the whole room singing to the danger bun song. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. Mr. Clee holding center, keeping everything alive. Headed cane, and aloe vera always searching what they'll find. Butter pecan, Ronnie wet, danger bond on the run. Loretta Von Lux in designer shades, making fact, checking fun. Great vibes on 10.
True squad to the end. Searching through the fiction, letting real stories win.
Great vibes on 10.
For the win,
That's the slogan we defend.
truth over fiction, and we're riding to the end.
The van keeps rolling, the music keeps glowing, the truth keeps showing. True squad moving. Mr. Clean, Candy Cane, aloe vera, heart of pecan. Rami wet, danger bond, Loretta Von Lux. Everybody singing loud. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, for the win, for the win. True squad in the house.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10.
Yeah, we back. We back, y'all. We back. Sorry about that. Again, I cannot stop TikTok from restricting the live when they AI pick up the video. All right. So again, y'all, welcome back in. Welcome. All right. So again, the judge he's finna say something. Let's see if this is a ruling on something we don't know. Let's figure it out what it is. All right. So again, y'all, welcome back in. Thank y'all so much for coming back. All right. Let's go ahead and get to it. All right. You said our community just tired up. Yeah, I've been seeing it all week. All right.
The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And that is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the stage. So could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right. And as it's switched to audio only, to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1. Is that correct? All right. All right. So let's go ahead and play that. And I'm going to rule that this also applies to the still photographer. It cannot be captured, the screen, in any way. I noted video recording, but I intend as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the stage, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
Just to get y'all caught up, they are playing some video evidence of something, Exhibit 12.1, that's not allowed for public view. So they're playing it right now. No video, no audio for us. So right now we get the chance to look at the state of Utah courtroom seal. You say, I thought it was audio too. We don't hear nothing. I really want to know what they're playing. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you so much, Dee Dee, for your club cheers and also your go pops. Thank you, baby. Butterfly Mom, thank you for your heart meat. Stephanie, thank you for your heart meat. Auntie Mac, thank you for your heart meat. What the hell are they playing? Like, is it just visual or is it like still photos? Severa, thank you so much for the love you. Thank you, baby. Michael, thank you for your heart meat. And Severa, thank you for your love yous. And Heather, thank you for your heart meat. Dee Dee, thank you for your thanks. Thank goodness it's Friday ×1. And also, Dee Dee, thank you for your match time. Randy, thank you for your intimacy. 10 times, sweetheart. Thank you. I mean, ×1. Thank you. What the? I really want to know what they're playing. Radical, thank you for your hand hearts, baby. Thank you, sweetheart. Now, I'm assuming they're doing this, again, like the judge said at the beginning of the live stream. He said to protect, a fair trial towards the defendant himself. So I guess I'm just alleging that, they're doing this to, not to persuade any potential jurors in the future for him to have, a right towards a fair trial. That's what I'm assuming. Damn, the fuck is his ass typing? No, they didn't describe the video. It's just exhibit 12.1. That's it. And they moved the camera up. That's it. Yeah, you saying this man, he's just a fall guy? Well, the defense damn near debunked the last witness that was on the stand. Her forensics analysis with their new technology, with the fingerprints and shit, the new fingerprint scanning and DNA relevance and whatever them big words they ass was using, he damn near destroyed that, because the way he narrowed it down, you don't know if Tyler's finger was even on the trigger, because you found several others DNA on the weapon. So, that's what I got from it. You said Tyler had some kind of involvement. I believe he did. I really think he did. But again, was it behind the trigger? The person that again was a gunshot. Because if the officers got up here, listen, if the officers got up here, went on a witness stand, and they had two different stories, how come nobody broke that down? How come nobody attacked that? One said it wasn't a handgun up near Mr. Kirk's area. Another officer said it was one up there. This before they even said anything about a screwdriver being on the damn roof. You say it's an old gun, could have been DNA from Dad. Well, no, she did say that. She said it was DNA from his father on the weapon. It was DNA from his boyfriend on the weapon. It was DNA from Tyler on the weapon. It was DNA from the federal agents on the weapon. Listen, I'm gonna get to that, Lex. I'm going to get to that. We're going to play Candace's video. We're going to get to that. again, I just want to, have this plan again because again, it's still live. You're gonna hear him typing. This motherfucker is still typing. They still looking at evidence.
All right, and that concludes the playing of Stacy Gibbett 12.1 video. Transmission may resume. Just let me know when that is live. All right, thank you. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
The state does not, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this preliminary hearing is continued to September 1st at 10 a.m. for an in-person hearing. The court will allocate up to 4 hours total for argument. That's encompassing both parties. Does the defense request that Mr. Robinson be physically present for that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll make the recording. Thank you. The court appreciates the professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance throughout these proceedings. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is adjourned until September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you all.
All right. Damn! Damn, that motherfucker. Yeah, that motherfucker. I don't know who he mad at. All right, hold on. Let me write this down. Now I am not replaying that part. I'm sorry. So hold on, y'all. Listen, let me play this. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Now, if y'all can see it, TikTok and Rumble, y'all can see the video over here to the right. TikTok, you will see Candace's video right below me.
How did that happen? Are we going to get a story about steel chest to go along with the steel neck? Are we to believe that someone did it with their bare hands? Why don't you try doing that? Why don't you try taking a road mic and breaking it in your bare hands? That's not possible. Nobody's story told anything about even lifting Charlie's shirt, how that microphone could have broken, and we are now going to put the full pressure on them to do just that. So we're going to take you through a total of 4 additional photos, and then we will give you the close-up. We can now say confidently that there is black, tempered, shatter glass all over the car where Charlie's chest region would have been, according to the story that Frank Turek and Brian Harpole told. So here we go. Let's go through these slowly, and we will start asking questions.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
So you again...
Oh, I know you motherfucking lying. Hold on. Let's make this bigger. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
In this photo, the Uber bag with the blood on it in the back seat, which I believe we're was most likely used to wipe hands afterwards, maybe perhaps getting out of the car. I think it's likely, given where Frank Turk was sitting, that that is him. But I do want to also point out this hanger to you. Another piece of information that we have had is that Charlie had his sports coat, his jacket, if you will. You'll remember that he gave an interview, which was quite mysterious in my opinion. He went to Salt Lake City and he gave an interview to Restaurantology, I think was the name.
Hold on, let me straighten this up so y'all can see it. I get okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Of the company before he drove to Provo for this event. And so he had a jacket that he did not wear. Obviously, he was in a t-shirt that stayed in the car. I can tell you that that jacket was returned to his security and made it back to Erica's apartment.
So we don't get banned,
with
y'all.
blood still on it. It was not collected into evidence. That is an important piece for me to share with you, because the question that it leaves is why? Why was that personal effect, bloodied, returned pretty immediately back to Erica's apartment in Arizona by the security? And again, the reason why I will say...
So, okay, question. Do y'all think that Charlie's, his apparel, what he had on that day, he was allegedly shot. Do y'all think that his outfit could have been a very important piece for evidence towards this case? Not the microphone yet, y'all. His clothing, what he had on, because remember, they collected Tyler's clothing, they collected his fingerprints, they swabbed him, and the same thing with his boyfriend. They did the same thing. They swabbed him, collected his fingerprints. So how come they didn't collect Charlie's clothing for potential evidence? You said they probably took his jacket. Well, according to her statement, allegedly his jacket went back with his wife, with Erica. How come that wasn't sent off to the FBI's lab or to the medical examiner's office? How come they just didn't turn it in to the police? Hey, man, look here. Man, look, Charlie was shot. Hey, everything he had on from up or down, here it is. Please find a person that unalived our person, that unalived Charlie Kirk. Here's everything that you need that he had on. Here's the microphone. Here's his shirt. Here's his necklace. Here's the camera footage we had under the tent. Anything you need, here it is. Let's find this person. Hold on, now remember, when y'all see the video small at the top, for TikTok only, it's just so we don't get banned, because TikTok don't like us playing videos.
That is an important detail, is because the story that Frank Turek tells us is he changed in part because he didn't want Erica to see him bloodied. So are we to believe that they did want to hand her a bloody jacket of Charlie's? Like Frank's bloodied clothes would be more disturbing to her, we don't even know why they're bloody, than Charlie's bloody clothes? That's where I'm guessing that hanger is from. Okay, let's go to the second photo. And like I said, we will get closer on this. We're going to talk about that piece of what looks to me to be cardboard It could be something else. People in the medical field might recognize it. This might have something to do with Brian's story about, taking out, I don't think he said gauze, but packing the wound. Like I said, we'll get a lot closer. That bag behind looks to me like some sort of a medical bag. Maybe it's like binoculars, security bag, something on the go. In the comments, you guys can write to us. And this is, like I said, it's going to be an open episode. We want you to share with us anything that you recognize that you are seeing in that photos, but we could not identify what that brand was in the background. We've looked up different binocular brands and, not saying it's anything nefarious, but we would like to identify what that item is. Like I said, we'll get closer. Next photo that we can show you is, I don't know if you can see that clearly on your screen, but in the middle there is just full, shattered, tempered glass. There's no mistaking it. There is no question mark. That is what is in the middle of that car. We will get close on that as well.
Let me show y'all. Hold on.
John Bray was telling the truth.
Hold on. Oh, y'all can see it. Let me make it bigger for YouTube and Rumble. Do y'all see the that tempered glass right here on the floor next to the seat? Knowledge is power. Y'all say y'all don't see it. Look right above my TikTok only. Look right here above my finger, right there on the floor, right next to the slide on the seat. It's pieces of black. Okay, so y'all do see the glass on the floor. Okay. All right. Yes, that. No, okay, look. Okay, look. Watch me right here. Okay, TikTok no only, not YouTube or Rumble. TikTok. Okay, right above my finger, you're going to see a piece of carpet. If you go this way, right here, you see little pieces of glass right there on the floor. So, okay, I see some of y'all. Yes, absolutely. Listen, I want y'all to understand. Again, you got to look at things from all sides. You just can't take what our government is giving you. Again, this is why a lot of you all are very important on social media, because what y'all like to do is y'all like to do your own investigation. And again, we got a lot of smart people out here. Hannah, don't you come in here starting that shit. Shout outs to Hannah for the fireworks. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the fireworks. Again, that was beautiful. So again, listen, it's a lot of smart people out here. We have people out here, they love to just go off what the government gives them. If the government say go left, they ass gonna go left. If the government say go right, they're gonna go right. Go up, they're gonna go up. Go down, they're gonna go down. And so anything outside of their circle of awareness with the government, they're going to dismiss it. I don't want to hear it. If they said it's true, it's true. So now that other people like yourselves doing y'all own investigations, they ain't trying to hear that. The first thing they're going to say is you're lying without even giving it the possibility. You know what? Let me look into that. It's social media.
And many, many, many people, those who Charlie put on stage and whose careers Charlie built, were lying to you. They were lying to you. They were calling this a conspiracy. It is not a conspiracy. It is not a conspiracy at all that there is tempered, shattered glass with white bits all over the center of this car and into the back seat. So the stories that Frank and Brian Harpole have told to the public, for some reason, don't include this. We were told only his neck was being addressed. They got right to work. He got right to work. Frank was praying in the back seat. They had about 6 minutes on the clock, weaving through traffic at 40, 60, 100 miles per an hour for a ride that Google Maps says is 8 minutes away. And again, if you're able to hit those speeds, it means that you were not stuck in traffic. Why is this detail missing? Let's go to the next photo. That is just, once we get closer, you'll see, I'm just wondering what's under that mat. It looks to me like something that's foil, potentially. And when we get super close on it, you'll be able to see the color of it. And my guess there is that that's going to be something that was in the medical bag, but someone in the comments will recognize it. Let's get into these closer images. Okay, so this particular piece, at first glance, I thought it could be the Uber bag. But then I sort of also thought that it looks to me like it was a lot thicker. And I'm referring to what looks like a piece of cardboard there. It's also separate from the bag, entirely separate from the rest of the bag. And when we look at the bag, it doesn't look like it was ripped into small bits. The whole bags seem to be together. And it just stood out to me because it almost looked like, it reminded me just visually, what I feel like I'm looking at is like when you burn the edges of a cardboard. I was sort of referencing that when I was a kid and we didn't have lighters. I used to just like grab a box and go to the gas stove and light that on fire and then light the candle and then blow it out. And that just is what it sort of looks like to me. Our team also posited that maybe it just looks that way because it could just be heavy blood, or, by the way, it could be something that people in the medical community will recognize. You know, that's a standard, paper brown color, so to speak, cardboard color, so to speak. So it obviously has blood on it. It looks thicker to me. The way that it's sitting just looks thicker to me. But of course, I could be wrong. We're just allowing you guys to weigh in on that, like what that could be, why that would be separated from the bag, which, while it is damaged, the Uber bags are together. And on the other side, and not that drenched. They look more like, again, like somebody sort of wiped their hands very quickly because they didn't have paper towels, not really having that drenching, and none of the ends of the paper bag look like that. So that's a point of curiosity for us. If we can get to that bag, do we have the close-up of the bag? Yeah, that's, as I think, about as close as we can get to that black bag in the back there. And like I said, yeah, someone in the comments said shirt, maybe. That's funny you say that because somebody literally just said that to us in our marketing department. Said, that looks like a shirt. That's the first thing he said. But I'm wondering what a shirt, it's interesting, but does it look necessarily like a white shirt? Again, all open source investigation. Want to share this with you so everybody is able to have this at home. And if anybody recognizes that in the back, and Ash, I'm sure you're monitoring the comments. If we see anything, somebody saying, why is it burnt? I don't know if it is burnt. My eyes just looking at it would describe that as a burnt cardboard piece, thicker in measure, so to speak. But it could also be something that is totally benign and looks that way for some specific reason that makes sense. It's burnt car. Oh, someone is saying that in the back of that could be a taser. I thought that too. I tried to look up taser brands because that would be something that I thought for a second, because I did remember that Rick Cutler had something on his back when he was running in there, and I thought it would make sense that he would just throw it off so that he could sit more properly, but it didn't match what Rick Cutler had on him. So interesting. People in the comments, Skylar is saying, is that it could be a pulse force. What'd you say, 402? Okay. I like that. We did think it could be more medical standard that somebody has on them. I'd like to identify the brand. We've got every country in the world watching this. Somebody is going to recognize the specific brand, so we can go check off and just begin to sort through everything that we're seeing. That was our mindset. We were going taser, binoculars, something security that someone had on them. So I like all of these things. Thank you guys so much. And okay, let's get to, did they burn the shirt? Interesting. I'm just reading your comments out loud. I don't know if a burnt shirt would look like that. Because doesn't that seem quite stiff, that piece? I don't know. The answer is I don't know what we're looking at. That's why I'm opening this up to you guys, because we're only here because of you guys. Aha! Did someone figure it out?
Okay, I ain't gonna hold y'all. Wow. Her team is cold. Okay, damn, just that quick. Again, listen, we're not asking people to believe the left or the right or the ups and the downs. Sometimes y'all have to remove your emotions from this because it can cloud your judgment, your view of thinking, and sometimes that can be dangerous. So again, you have to look at all sides here. So now you got to ask yourself this question. We've watched this fucking preliminary hearing on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and today. If you paid attention all 5 days, ain't shit there. The police officers, the FBI agents, the fucking medical examiners, people, they could not get their stories together. Their stories were all over the place, especially the first 2 officers on Monday and Tuesday. So again, you have to hear all sides. Not saying that, Dave may be telling the truth or Candace may be telling the truth. You have to hear all. How come none of this were presented in the preliminary hearing? None of this, from where Charlie was sitting, anything around him, the tent, the Hall of Flags, the SUV, none of that was presented this week. Why? Just asking a question.
One in the comments. Oh, Ashley, figure that out. SantaMedical.com. Okay, can you go back to the photo? There we go. Figure it out. Oh, we'll go back again. Great. That's amazing. So Ash, for you couldn't figure it out, and now all of a sudden we're live. You're just trying to be a star right now? If you're trying to be a star, you try to be a star. She's trying to have a breakout moment right now. She probably knew that for weeks. Ash, good old Ash. Very good. Yes, that is SantaMedical.com, and that is likely what that is. So I would assume then that correlates with what Brian Harpole said. He did say, I believe in the Paramount Tactical interview, or maybe actually it was in the Sean Ryan interview, that he had that stuff, but it wasn't relevant to what he was doing. So he may have had that because he was traveling with Charlie somewhere in the back seat. That clocks with me. Okay, let's move on to the foil piece that I feel like is going okay, so that's under the mat there. That's about as close as we can get to it. Obviously, you get any closer, you start to lose the image. I feel like that's going to have something to do with the gauze or the hemostatic packing. But I feel like some medical person will be like, oh yeah, that's what it looks like on the inside. There's a foil, I don't know, something. I actually was going to go buy some of the stuff that he said that he had.
Anybody?
Wrapped in something.
Can anybody make that out?
Sheet that you put people on. And in case it's sort of losing this image as we're live right now, I want you guys to know that it's almost coppery is what it looks like. There definitely has, I would say, a coppery foil look to it. As all of us are looking at that, this is not obviously a clean enough image for us to, know up from down. But that's the best that we have. That we had a question for you guys, and
okay,
that look into how this can very well be a component of the charge. We did have some people saying that to us, that we had asked for their opinion. I'm assuming you're referring to that little cardboard piece, that it could be a part of the shaped charge. But as you guys know, I don't know anything about that stuff, so I would have to do some serious research to understand that. But I have a lot of questions about that. Okay, let's go to the next close-up so we can now say officially beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are looking at glass. Okay, it's glass. It just is black glass, tempered glass on all over the car. Especially, this is now, as you saw, in between the two captain chairs right about where, if they were taking it off of Charlie's shirt or body, we would expect to see that. I had whipped up a scenario where, rather than providing CPR, they may have, what Frank may have been doing, which got blood in his hands, was trying to get Charlie's shirt off of him, because I do not believe for a single second that scene took place at the hospital. And this is just undeniable now. This is undeniable. So fine.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
You said, again, all possibilities are open. There's no such thing as a dumb question sometimes. But this right here really make you want to think, right? Where does glass come from? You're not going to tell me that Charlie is just riding around. I mean, based on Charlie's persona, he looked very organized. It looked like a very clean guy. Probably OCD, I don't know. Based on how he keep his podcast room, right? His home studio. You're not going to convince me he's just riding around in cars with glass and shit all on the floor. So if this the case, where does glass come from? Now I just saw in the comments somebody said window glass, and the windows aren't busted. The window glass. No, it's not the window. You said, how do you know that's really his car? Again, that's a great question. Hold on, don't nobody request to come up just yet. I'll open up the platform in a minute. Just hold on. You said they are rented SUVs, so it only use 2 days. You're right. Now watch this. Watch this right here. If they were renting SUVs, this is the SUV that transported Mr. Kirk from point A to point B, from the Hall of Flags area to the nearest Memorial Hospital. That was 6 to 8 minutes away. Allegedly, how come they didn't? Well, when the rental company, I guess, came and picked up the car, I don't know. I don't know. I'm being honest. I don't know. Why is the car up for sale? How come the car wasn't used part of the investigation? Allegedly. Why was it was so easy for them to get rid of that side of this investigation? Anything that had to do with Charlie, from the tent all the way to the SUV, and all his security guards, everybody that was involved on that side, how come they weren't mentioned here in the preliminary hearing? None of it. Why did it take them so little time? I'm talking about literally very little time to dig up that grass and pave it over with concrete. That right there was evidence all day long. Why they tamper with that? You said they broke the window because... Oh, wait. You said they broke the window because to hang Charlie legs out because he was too tall. Vanna, how do you know that? Hold on. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me put your Vanna. Who told you this? So you mean to tell me they just couldn't let the window down? They just broke the window out and just had his legs out, hanging out the SUV, driving 60, 70 miles down the... Listen, I'm just asking, okay? I'm just asking. I didn't say yes or no. I'm just asking. Just asking. See, now y'all got questions. Hell, y'all so damn crazy. You say, is he 8 foot tall? I know he tall as hell. All right, I don't got a exact height on him. I don't know, but again, we're just asking questions. That's what we do over here. We ask questions. All right. All right, let's get back to it.
Your commentators who called it a conspiracy and laughed now and said this could never, but this never, these are the worst people. Many of them across the many events Charlie had put on stage and given a spotlight by Charlie Kirk. And they are now full-time trying to convince you that you shouldn't believe your own eyes and you should trust the feds. I know vengeance does not belong to me, but I have to tell you, it is really hard for me to curb the frustration, the anger, the disappointment, and equal parts rage that I feel toward those people. Here it is. Any questions about whether that's tempered glass? Now, you can say, you can't necessarily, we all agree it's glass, but it's definitely definitively not the car glass. But you could say, okay, let's arrive at this point. We'll say, I agree. Charlie's Rode microphone is shouted on the car, but it doesn't mean that it was rigged. Let's play devil's advocate. Doesn't mean that it was rigged. Okay. So tell us how it was broken in the car. You go be the conspiracy theorist, because that's what you're going to have to do. Your stories are going to have to get dumber and dumber. And while you're at it, could you also tell us why it is that despite telling what happened in that car many times, oh, I didn't realize my kids were all in the back seat. They heard everything. Frank's praying. We're speeding. We're weaving through traffic. I'm just packing that wound. Nobody mentioned this? Nobody mentioned this at all? By the way, one of the immediate questions I had was, well, why didn't we see, as they were carrying it to the car, as they were carrying Charlie to the car, why didn't we see some of that fall down? I had no idea that this is sticky glass, that there's an adhesive that is attached to it. Like, think about when you put a screen on your phone, it literally, if you look it up, tempered glass phone, it's an adhesive. So it actually sticks everywhere. It sticks once it's on a fabric, it sticks. So I was interested going, okay, well, and there is some that actually fell in front of Charlie, and John Bray's getting me those photos when there was an immediate impact, like that pieces that flew. And you know what it does? It actually answers a question that I've had for a very long time, and we are declining to show the photo because it's so graphic, of why they held Charlie, and forgive my language, why they held Charlie like they were a bunch of assholes as they carried him to the car. Nobody was focused on securing his neck. His neck was literally flopping, okay? We have those images. The audacity of Brian Harpole to sue me over his incompetence, You can't call me incompetent. Watch the way Charlie is carried to the car, case closed, okay? His neck is literally flopping, and it seems like they're more concerned with holding him here. Again, we didn't have time to edit the photos in a place that I felt would have been comfortable, but Charlie's head is literally flopping, and it's like they're more concerned with his chest. They don't care about his legs. They don't get, it's like they're concerned with his shirt almost. Like his shirt is actually almost, it's coming up. You can see his torso. You know what I think? I think it's plausible. It might not be right, but it's plausible. Is that if you had a bunch of tempered glass that was sticking to him as a fabric, you would bunch up that shirt like it was a purse to make sure it wasn't seen by the public. Your focus would be actually Charlie's shirt. And if you go back, there's no way that many men could not hold Charlie flat and secure his neck properly as they got him into the car. That does not make sense. You know it does not make sense. Big bad security, $1 million of years being spent on the security apparatus, and you guys can't hold him flat? And this? Why is his shirt up at all? Because I think you're scooping something in there. Something's there that's sticking. That's an opinion, not a fact. But I'm going to think while it's still legal to do so, and it's barely legal to do so. So we can totally dismiss what everybody has told you about this theory not having legs, because now they need to tell us how it happened. Are they going to say more miracles, more Judeo-Christian slop miracles that took place that day? Or maybe Andrew will issue a tweet. Maybe Erica will say that he went rogue. I think Andrew Colbert might go rogue again today. And he's going to say, we called and we asked, and it was a miracle. Not only did Charlie's neck stop, 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him, ricochet off of the back of his spine, but it also moved forward and shattered his mic, which was placed here. I don't know. If he's got a steel neck, I'd assume he has a steel rib cage or something. And he probably saved a lot of people. If that mic hadn't shattered, Charlie Kirk would not have saved more people that day because the bullet was doing magical things. I think that's what we can expect, because I've run this with Barron. I've run it with Tim. Like, give me the other side. We all have to acknowledge that this is the Rode mic. How did it break? Maybe it was Frank through the power of...
Question. Let me turn this down. Okay. All right. So y'all, this is, again, brainstorming. All right. Because, again, everything is allegedly. All right. I need one person to come up on the panel, just one. Tell me, explain to me, according to the ATF agent that took the stand, the shot was taken from over 400 feet away at a 60-degree vertical angle down. Tell me how, if he did take the shot, or a shot was taken, tell me how a shot that far lodged into the side of Charlie's neck, ricocheted off his spine at that speed, come back and and did some other type of damages. Can somebody please explain it to me? I just need one person to do that. I want to understand the physics behind it. From 400 plus feet away at that speed. Can somebody, anybody? Again, I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Y'all crashed the fucking chat. Hold on. Y'all got to understand, if you can't understand my grammar, I have a GED. Okay? Shit. Just like a lot of you all, y'all just afraid to say it. I'm proud of my goddamn GED. Listen, somebody request to come up. One person. I just need one. Explain the physics behind somebody taking a long gun, taking a shot at a 60-degree vertical angle, taking a shot, it hitting a person, hitting its mark, a person through the neck, stopping at the spine, ricocheting off the spine to cause other damages. Somebody help me out with that. I just need one person. Oh shit, Eyes, how you doing, Teresa?
Hello.
Hey, baby.
How are you, darling?
I'm good. What you got?
So my father was hit the same exact way Charlie was, but my dad was in a war. He was in Vietnam. He was hit by a sniper. The bullet did not go through, and my dad was a skinny guy, like really skinny, 150 pounds, soaking wet, maybe, if that. It paralyzed him, but the bullet did not go through. And the only reason he survived is because one of his guys that was right near him stuck his hand literally down my dad's throat to stop the bleeding from going out. The way it flooded out of Charlie, it happened the same exact way with my dad, but my dad was fortunate that somebody stuck his hand down his throat to stop the bleeding. But it can happen.
Okay. All right.
I'm a survivor of it from my dad.
All right. Do you know how far this sniper was away when he took this shot?
Oh, my dad said the one guy that was around him said he was pretty far away.
What type of bullet was it?
You know, I don't know. It was Vietnam, but he was a sniper. But he got my dad.
Okay.
But he was pretty far.
Now,
and the bullet did not go through.
Did your dad have any type of protection on to slow that bullet down?
No, nothing. He just had his fatigues on.
That's it. No armor
He
protection.
was a radio. Yeah, my dad was a radio man.
Oh.
So he was actually bending over. Huh?
Even a radio personnel still have, protective gear. Again, I don't know anything about the Army, and again, I'm just assuming. Okay, I'm just assuming.
Yeah. Nope, he had no protective, nothing on.
Okay.
But I do hear a lot of people saying there's no way that the bullet didn't go through, and I'm like, nah, my dad was hit the same way by a sniper.
Okay.
And it didn't go through.
All right.
It's kind of weird, but I mean, I could show you pictures of my dad. Unfortunately, he passed 2 years ago. But I could show you pictures of him. Yeah.
Wow.
I still have the bullet.
Wow. Still have the bullet.
A piece of it.
Wow. Okay.
A piece of it.
All
yeah.
Right. Well,
Yep.
Well, thank you.
But it does happen. I know it's. Yeah.
Well, Teresa, thank you.
Just wanted to give you some insight.
Thank you.
Of course.
Wow.
I love you.
And tell your father.
That's the reason I give you your gift.
Yeah, you really been doing that shit. Thank you.
I enjoy your live. It's my way of showing support to you. I love your show, so thank you.
Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. I love this. Thank you, sweetheart. All right, Tones, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing just fine.
Okay, so just from a quick Google search while Teresa was talking, I did look it up. The snipers that the pew-pews that they used were not as strong as the 30-06. It said like a Remington M40.
Okay, okay.
And a Winchester
Yeah.
model I-70.
I can see that one.
So that was just from a quick, it could have been strong. I don't know. But I requested because you were talking about the feet dangling out of the window.
Yeah.
So Baron Coleman did do an episode where he played police, like you know how they radio each other, police radio chatter.
Mm-hmm.
And a police cruiser was following that car, and it in the chatter it was saying it looked like there was like a fight, an altercation going on because the door actually swung open.
Okay, so the door was open, but the window never shattered.
No.
Okay. So what they call that car-to-car radio. So that radio transmission doesn't go through dispatch.
No, I think it was car to car, yeah. But they played the audio. And then the other thing, what makes sense is I think it was Lance Twiggs. I think Mr. Twiggs did it, and he was on the roof behind, and he's setting up Tyler. And there's like TikToks and stuff showing that this kid had 5 phones. Like he's known to have a bunch of phones. So it's not hard to spoof a number.
Well, wow. Okay. All right. You just threw something out there. Okay. Food for thought.
I mean, in the footage, when you look at it, now that I saw Mr. Twiggs' face in the court, like in the court proceedings, that more than it did Tyler Robinson, to be honest.
I found out a lot of information about that. That was my first time seeing him.
So I mean, just his facial and like the jawline, it looked more like him.
Yeah.
To me than it did Tyler Robinson.
Okay.
And then it makes more sense that an AR did it because that's the bullet they found on the other roof. For about extra 100 yards and for the pew pew to be fragmented.
Well, so they said so the ATF agent alleged that bullet came from an officer's gun. But so that tells me, so you're saying that it was officers on the roof walking around racking their ARs ready for gun battle, but it wasn't a gun battle up there on the roof. So again, why was there a bullet on the ground if it's from these alleged officers?
I doubt in any of their training it says you can rack your gun and leave your bullets sitting around.
It will be a whole internal investigation opened up on your ass because you have to account for every single bullet at the beginning of your shift and at the end of your shift.
That's what I thought. I mean, listen, whatever it is, it's very sloppy, very, very sloppy work.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Candace has been on to a lot of things. Like, why did so many people have maroon shirts? Like, it's just all weird, but something was definitely planned. Mr. Robinson might have had a part to do in it, but I don't think he was the actual pew-pewer.
I got you. Well, listen, Tone, I really appreciate your input on this.
Appreciate you too, man.
Oh, it's no problem. Thank you so much. Wow. Again, y'all, remember, it's all about critical thinking here. Remember, none of us have the answer. None of us have the solid answer. Okay, they can say exactly what happened, when, and where. It's just brainstorming, all right? Southern, how you doing, sweetheart?
Hey, that's exactly what I was about to say. That lady that just came up here, I'm so sorry that happened to her dad, and thank you for her service. But bullets, they sometimes go through, they sometimes don't. It all depends on the type of bullet you're using and the distance. I mean, she's acting like we're up here saying, oh my goodness, all bullets definitely go through or don't go through. No, it depends on the type. She really needs to start using critical thinking and understand that, yes, her dad had this type of injury. Yes, he was pew-pewed or whatever, but hello. She doesn't even know what type of bullet it was to begin with. Doesn't know exact distance, just that he was far away. I mean, let's start using critical thinking here. Just because it happened to her dad doesn't mean it's the same thing that happened to Charlie. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right.
That's where critical thinking comes into play here. You just got to use it.
All right. Thank you so much, Southern. And
Thank you.
that's a thick ass tongue coming out your mouth. It's just I just sometimes
I know.
I look
It's a
at
filter.
it.
I know.
It's just on there. All right. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Let's see. Tara, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just fine. Now, listen. I don't know if you heard the question at hand here. You know, how can a shot taken from over 400 feet away, 60 degrees, at a 60-degree angle pointed down, go through Charlie's neck, stop at his spine, flip around to do internal damage and destroy microphones and chains and stuff?
So there is an answer to it, and like when you see people that have a gunshot wound to like the skull, once the bullet itself hits the bone, it can ricochet inside the body and come out a different way. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Do we know? So we know it's a 30-06. Do we know if it was an FMJ? Was it a soft nose? Do we know for the bullet?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking this is so it was a soft nose. Okay. So I am an avid hunter.
Hold on. Wait a minute. JTC, how do we know this? It was a soft nose. Because again, I just like to ask questions. All right, but go ahead. You was a hunter. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm an avid hunter, and I personally use a 30-06.
Okay.
When I'm using my 30-06, I am going for a big game. I'm going for deer typically, or elk.
That's right.
I will tell you from firsthand experience, there is no way that he was shot with a 30-06 and he still had a neck, or his head was not decapitated.
Correct.
The entrance wound is about as big around as your thumb, and the exit wound will be bigger than your fist. And I know this because I've done it.
How often do you go hunting with a 30-06?
Every fall.
Every fall, you go hunting
fall.
You go hunting for a deer, right?
Yes,
and
I do.
And deer, their skin is thicker than than our skin, correct?
Correct.
So, but you saw when you. I'm not a hunter, but I'm assuming when you shoot your target and you look at a close up, you see the exit wound is bigger than the entry wound.
Yes. Even from a distance, you can see that, but when you're up on it, you can see that the entrance wound is going to be about a little bit bigger than the diameter of your thumb.
Mm-hmm.
And the exit wound, because of the caliber of weapon and how much firepower it has, the exit wound is going to be bigger than your fist. It is going to blow through the other side. Now, the reason I asked if it was soft nose or FMJ, the FMJ is going to continue going and it will exit. If it's a soft nose, it can ricochet inside the body once it hits bone.
At 400 plus feet away?
Well, I don't know about 400. When I'm typically taking my shot, I'm between 250 and 3. I don't know what it would do to the human body from 400 plus.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking. Okay. I'm just asking questions because I don't know.
But it is going to depend. Ultimately, it does depend on it. Was it a full metal jacket or was it a soft nose?
I got you. Well, thank you so much for educating, because I learned something new today. Thank you for educating me on that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Do you
Thank you
mean
so much for having
ballpoint
me.
or soft
Are you?
Soft nose.
Hold on. Who's this speaking? Void, how you doing?
My bad, I'm good.
Oh, no problem. You know, over here we just don't come up and start talking. I like to introduce people. Okay.
My bad.
No, it's all right. I guess you had a question for Tara.
Yeah, I was never heard of a soft nose, and I'm a
So a soft so a
big
soft
gunhead.
nose is where the lead on the bullet itself, you can actually score it with your fingernail. It is soft. It's not a hollow point. It's not a full metal jacket. It's soft. When you're hunting, you're not allowed to use soft nose because it is not humane. They do sell them, but if you're caught by the game commission, it's a big no-no,
Right?
Because it is not a humane kill.
Wouldn't that just be a ballpoint round?
It could be called a ballpoint. I've always called them soft nose. That's how I've always referred to them. That's how I've always heard them referred to. Okay, so I'm not in Utah. I'm in Nebraska.
All right.
And by the hunting rules here in Nebraska, we cannot use soft nose when hunting.
So let me Void. Can you explain how a 30-yard sits from over 400 feet away at a 60-degree angle, vertical angle, can wound the neck, stop at the spine, flip around, do damage, everywhere else, but it's intended target? I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I'm not a bullet forensics analytic, but I'm not saying it was a miracle, but miracles can happen. And again, I'm not saying that the passing of Charlie Kirk was a miracle. I'm just saying the way that it happened in a miracle way. Like things like 1 in a million chances can happen, right?
So So do you think a bullet took him out?
Me personally, yeah.
According to what they presented so far this week, doing this preliminary hearing, all their evidence that they spoke of and tried to show. Do you believe Tyler was up there on their roof with that rifle and took out Charlie?
Me personally, yes, but that's a personal opinion. It means jack squat,
I got you. Well, again,
it's personal opinion. I think it was, but I think he had somebody chirping in his ear on what to do, how to do it, what to say.
Did they show Tyler taking the shot?
I didn't see that. If they did show that, I didn't see that.
They didn't show it at all. At all. They had 5 days to show that, and they didn't show it. So just asking.
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from, but did they show, I guess, other evidence pointing that somebody else did it?
Well, again, it's a lot of. Okay, so.
Is it like all speculation? I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking.
No. These questions are fair. I look at it the way I was looking at this hearing is like the elimination of. Why did they eliminate so many other factors that could have played a major role in this hearing? Everything from in front of the tent back, they tried to prove something, and they failed a lot. I'm talking about failed miserably at a lot of it. Again, the officers couldn't keep their stories together. Even the first forensics personnel witness, she couldn't even keep her story together. So my question is, how come they didn't preserve the crime scene where Charlie was shot from their tent up through the Hall of Flags, from the SUV all the way up to the hospital? How come they never talked about none of that? Never spoken of it. Never.
I personally, in my experience So I just had my brother, somebody broke into his apartment and murdered him, or unalived him, I'm sorry. And within 2 hours of that happening, I showed up to his apartment, and there were people walking, just normal civilians walking in and out of his apartment. Not cops. Cops were just out shooting the shit outside of the apartment, and his friends were walking in and out of the apartment. That's 2 hours after an unaliving of somebody in an apartment from somebody breaking in. So, police departments, I don't know how Utah police departments work, but where I'm from, they're not the best. And I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with George Floyd, and so I'm coming from the standpoint that they fuck up a lot of shit.
Now you got to understand this. Now understand this. You're just talking about one agency, right? That supposed to preserve this crime scene. You had over 4 different agencies at Charles Kirk's unaliving at his crime scene. 4, including the FBI.
Yeah. And I don't know what agency was, I guess, command chief of the situation.
The FBI was one of them.
Because, so then it would be a major mess up at the FBI's level down. Because they should have taken control of the situation and not let anybody leave, interviewed everybody. Obviously, there's tons of people there, but I mean, somebody was just unalived in front of tons of people, so they got to figure out what's going on.
You're right. Well, I really appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Void.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
All right, you too now. You said, look at the Guthrie case. Nancy, don't get me started. All right, y'all, let's continue. And again, y'all, if y'all see that follow button at the top of your screen, please click that follow button. And also, y'all, let's go ahead and knock out this daily live goal, all right? Because my black ass is tired. I'm tired of looking at y'all. We've been live 5 days straight. We worked over 60 hours this week. Bloom, how the hell your ass doing?
I'm doing okay. So I am totally nervous because there's so many people in here. But I do want to say I went to school for criminal justice, and I personally don't think something like that from over 400 yards would do that. The bullet. So that's just me. I only went to school for 2 years for it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Do you plan on going back for your master's?
Well, I wanted to, but I unfortunately have health issues and multiple sclerosis. So
I see. I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand.
So being a stay-at-home mom is my job. But I do also wanted to ask, did you guys from the video footage, did you guys hear an actual pew pew shot? Did you actually hear it? From when he
I promise you, I'm replaying it back in my head, and you know what? I can't say. I will have to actually. I need to listen to the video. I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, all right. But I do also think that if there was a pew pew shot, that it would have not ricocheted into his spine, because I feel like the microphone that he was wearing was what kind of stopped it from doing that. It just hit his neck. It didn't ricochet anywhere. It was just there. The bullet was there. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't ricochet anywhere. That's just me. From what Candace has said, she stated something about the microphone, you know, being in that type of situation. But I also was asking in the chat that piece that was on the floorboard in the vehicle. I don't know for sure, but this is just me thinking maybe that could perhaps be like a part of like the microphone that he was wearing, like a piece of
You
it.
talking about the tempered glass that was on the floor?
No, the one piece that looked looked like cardboard, she said. Like burnt cardboard.
You said could have been part of the microphone?
Yeah. That's just my
Okay, so
guess.
this is not a Rode mic. Okay, so we know, you're talking about, the microphones being, about this
Right.
big. So
Yeah.
that piece looked a little bigger.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, that is true. But yeah, no, I just wanted to come on here and just ask questions, and I appreciate you for having me come up here, and I absolutely love your streams, so
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Sorry, didn't mean to drop you so fast. Now she finna cuss me out in the chat. Now I'm about to get cussed out in the chat. Don, how you doing? Real quick. Don.
I'm good. I'm just thinking, if that was a 30. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on one second, sir. Let's give a shout out to Sadie.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Let's give a shout out to Sadie. Sadie, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you. You just dropped about 30 of them. Thank you, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Girl, God is going to bless all of your kneecaps. Shout outs to Olive Oil. You know what? Listen, Don, you got a bad delay. Yeah. It's a huge delay in between your microphone and mine. Let's give a shout out to Marcel and also Queen Momo. Thank y'all so much for the hand hearts. I really appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get back to Candace.
They're going to give us this slop. Because that's what it is. They're serving up Christian slop. They think we are stupid and we are easily manipulated, and that all we have to hear
Thank you, Jackie.
is Lord, them on stage talking about the Lord, Dana sounding like she's channeling demons on stage, talking about the widow, and we're all just going to get in line because we're so dumb. So maybe that is going to be their next move. They're going to say, Frank Turek, through the power of prayer, this secondary miracle happened in the car, and the mic just shattered. Or maybe it was when he was doing CPR. He just had an incredible hand, and that was when he attempted it. He forgot to mention that he accidentally, and then it shattered, even though that'd be impossible to do and impossible for him to illustrate. You have to understand these were extraordinary times. Your move, Turning Point USA. Your move. What's your explanation?
Damn.
Your move, Blake Neff. Your move, Charlie's real friends, to make sense of how his microphone ended up in a bunch of bits in his car. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll just be right back. All right, you guys, our great nation turned 250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility. Over the last 2 decades, raw fish consumption has exploded. Sushi bars are everywhere, grocery stores and gas stations.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all.
Is too big to try to win this by having a bunch of commentators come out and spin stories, and you just have to be slow and allow them to walk themselves into a trap. And that's what we have done here. The broader question, of course, is what does this mean for Turning Point USA? What does this mean for Turning Point USA? Andrew Colvett, the spokesperson. This would require a response, Andrew. This would be the public wants to know why or how it shattered, and also why and how Frank and Brian Harple seem to have forgotten about that in their many retellings of what took place in that car across multiple interviews, why nobody mentioned this. Where is Charlie's shirt? Andrew Colbett, you're the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Where is Charlie's shirt?
Thank you, Pretty.
To the people that are working at Turning Point USA, any of this strike you was odd? Do you really think that by putting stickers on the ground that say for Charlie, you guys are for Charlie? We have t-shirts that says for Charlie. Really? You're for Charlie?
Thank you, Pretty Face.
I wonder about that. I wonder about so many people at that organization. And I have to say that the response to this will give me the answer. It will furnish the answer because
I have a question. Let me turn this down. You said
afternoon. You know why I pulled you over? Not really. I was under the limit. You rolled through a stop sign and... Wait, are you even licensed to drive? Hard to say. Hey, don't... Stop the car! Dispatch, suspect vehicle just took off on foot...
You know what? You petty as hell. Pretty Pace, your ass petty as hell. You did that shit on purpose. That's sad how y'all do that damn dog. That's sad. 2024, what's going on?
The city of Orem has targeted me with 2 Class B misdemeanors for supporting Charlie Kirk on a public right-of-way with taking donations to give towards the cause. In the city of Orem, they have tied the city ordinances to state codes in Utah. It is an open case. I also have a federal lawsuit open against them for bringing unlawful, unconstitutional charges against me. Yes, they came after me 2 days later after Kirk was unalive prior to the candle vigil because I was across the street from the candle vigil. Yes, true story. Yes, the city of Orem was involved in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on, brother. Hold on. First of all, you just can't come up here saying all this shit like this because don't none of us know what the fuck your ass talking about.
The city of Orem police department in the city was involved in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk.
How do you know that?
Because if they're coming after me, and because I know their corruption history,
No.
with their city council.
No. See, you just used the if. You said if. How do you know that city is involved with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk? Not if.
I can't prove it.
Okay, so why
I'm
mention
just
it?
stating.
Don't state it
I'm
if you
just
don't.
stating.
Don't say it if you can't prove it.
There's a high likeliness.
Now, you just said you can't prove it.
I can't.
So why keep talking about it?
Because I know they were.
This motherfucker. Hold on.
You can think what you want. Go look up my cases.
No, hold on, brother. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying you're telling the truth. That's why I asked you a question. You said you don't know. So why keep talking about it? Because again, I don't want, hell, don't put my platform in trouble because you're up under scrutiny for some stuff that you're caught up in. Again, do you have, you said in the comments, it was, you had documents. What's these documents you're speaking of?
I currently have a court case against the city of Orem in federal court, Eric Smith versus city of Orem, for them violating my constitutional rights regarding my support for Charlie Kirk.
You talking about freedom of speech?
Absolutely.
Okay.
2 days after it happened. Now, I want to remind you that the city of Orem has a checkered history. So does American Fork right below it. They're caught up in a scandal themselves, the city of American Fork and their police department. You can actually Google that and find that online. Orem is right straight north of there by about a couple miles. It's all part of the same. metro area.
You said this case was so where was these charges filed against you?
City of Orem, 6 months after the alleged violations of law. Alleged.
So that's March of this year.
Correct. They actually put out a warrant, believe it or not.
They put out a warrant for you for freedom of speech.
Correct.
Okay, something they adding up here.
Yeah, go read it. Go read the court documents, bro. I don't have to make it up.
I'm not saying you're not. I never said that. I literally said something that's not making sense here.
I'm going to point out something else.
Hold on, wait. Did you have a court hearing that you didn't show up for?
No, what they did is they tried to issue a summons in a complaint, but I had moved from one city to the next.
So
switched residents.
Okay, so they issued paperwork to have your ass in court, and you didn't show up for their court date.
They didn't actually get to serve me. Although there was an open case because I was fighting a custody case at that time. They could have seen that through the court records, which I actually won that custody case too, by the way. So the thing is that they have a checkered history. A couple of their city council members have resigned and stepped aside and been replaced. Charlie Kirk said several things about Spencer Cox. If you go look up YouTube, he had some not so nice things to say about our governor too.
I got you.
And there's a lot of shady stuff going on, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
That it's unbelievable. I just wish that our Trump and his administration would look into all this and actually do something.
It's not going to happen. Sorry to bust your bubble.
I know.
Again, it's not on him. Again, this is where y'all gotta be careful who y'all vote. When you do your local voting, this is where it's important. People be so caught up into the presidential votes. No, y'all need to be caught up into your local government, voting for your sheriff, voting for your local governor, your mayor, different things like that, your city councilman. Y'all, a lot of people don't even talk about that, but y'all get caught up in everything else. But
local elections are most important, but I'm telling you, it's corrupt down here.
I'm not saying it's not because I don't know anything. I haven't done my research on it, but I'll definitely look into it.
Yeah.
All right.
Do that.
Okay.
I'd appreciate it. Hey,
yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I do appreciate you.
No problem, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
God bless.
God bless you too. Jackie, thank you so much for your amazing times too. Thank you so much. You said your ass don't even want to vote again. All right, let's get back.
You can only play stupid and make excuses for so long before you are simply siding with plain evil. Satanic evil, to be clear. But what of Mikey McCoy? Here, I'll tell you my perspective of Mikey McCoy. I know there's a clip going around. And I told you guys from the very beginning that one of the things I was told about Mikey in the hospital was that they were lying. If you go back and watch our episodes, I said really early on that them saying that Mikey was amazing, Erica the first to say it at the podium, he was amazing, he snapped into action, that was patently untrue. Mikey was the most emotionally impacted. He did not have it together. And a clip went around showing Mikey, I don't know if you guys can pull it, of him when they were carrying Charlie's casket out of the hospital. And you catch in the background, Mikey looks like he's physically sick. This clip, I don't know when it came out. It recently went viral, but I've been telling you the whole time. That Mikey that was in the background, that was physically sick, is what I was told from the very beginning. Mikey was impacted by this in a way that leads me to believe that Mikey did not know that Charlie was going to die on that day. Do I think Mikey knew something was going to happen with the speed that he called his wife? Do I think that Mikey McCoy was prepared for Charlie to die that day? No. I do not believe that. I don't believe that. Not with that reaction, not with what I was told. Mikey had raw emotion at the hospital. Of all of them, Mikey was the most upset, and yet they then all came out and tried to spin a tale that he just jumped into adrenaline action and was calling the shots, and it's obviously not true. He couldn't even hold the casket. He was holding his stomach like he was going to become ill. He was ill. Mikey had a soul. Does he still have one now? Are like the meetings with Doug DeGroot talking about investments and what you're going to do? Is that what they're pumping Mikey with right now? Hey, Mikey, you're going to be the next Charlie. We're going to make so much money. Here's the video right here. We're showing you. Look at Mikey right there.
Hold on,
the black
hold on.
behind.
Hold on.
Look at him.
Wait. I didn't know she was going to go into it like that.
It's obviously not true. He couldn't even hold the casket. He was holding his stomach like he was going to become ill. He was ill. Mikey had a soul. Does he still have one now? Are like the meetings with Doug DeGroot talking about investments and what you're going to do? Is that what they're pumping Mikey with right now? Hey, Mikey, you're going to be the next Charlie. We're going to make so much money. Here's the video right here. We're showing you. Look at Mikey right there. The black behind.
Oh,
look at him.
Well, damn.
That was Mikey at the hospital, I was told. Not an active participant calling the shots and making things happen. And I think that they pumped him with that rhetoric and those names and adjectives because they were reassuring him in some way. What now of Pastor Frank Turek? Man, I'm
gonna be so honest with y'all. I have never seen these photos and never seen these videos, and I told myself I wasn't going to play any of Candace. Again, this is the first time me playing her videos, her content, period, on this platform. And I made myself that promise that I wasn't going to do it until we hear this preliminary hearing, right? You know, what we heard this week versus what she's saying. Now, listen, Stacey, I said, well, playing it on the platform. I've been following Candace for years. I'm not like stuck on her content, but again, I'll see it every now and then. But when it comes to Charlie, I've been following her, you know, different things that she looked at and information that was given to her and certain stuff, you know, evidence from the crime scene that our government is not even mentioning. They didn't even talk, they didn't even speak of it at this hearing. But I just wanted to wait until the hearing. Now, some people allege, hey, well, GV, listen, they're going to save it for the trial, if there were to be a trial. And as we know, the preliminary hearing is going to pick up on September. It's going to continue on September 1st. To see, I guess, if there's probable cause to take this to trial. So the question I pose, we had members from the FBI, we had members from the police department, we had a member from the ATF unit testifying or giving their statement on their involvement with this crime scene involving Charlie Kirk. I think the main people you should have been questioning, that should have been inside that courtroom, that should have been up there on that stand, was his security team. Because you got to understand, his security team was facing out towards the crowd. They were looking outward towards the crowd. Just a question. Just a question. His security detail. Why wasn't they up there on the stand, giving their involvement on how everything, transpired in that moment, right? What did they hear? What did, what they see? Don said, and no one in his team pulls their guns. Again, just asking questions. If it fascinates me when people get upset because others are asking questions. You have people on social media literally think they have the answers to everything. Walk around with their chest out, heads just all the way in the sky. I'm talking about very sure that they have all the concrete evidence on what happened in any situation. I know what I'm talking about. Let me tell you what happened. GV, you're lying. I asked a question. You're still lying for asking a question. Your question is lying. All your questions are lying. We're asking questions. People can't stand when you ask questions. Literally. Because it goes against their narrative. It makes them question, it makes them question their own mindset. And they get butthurt about that. It fucks their mind up. You know what that's called? That's called somebody that used to being a narcissist. That's a narcissistic person that's so caught up in their ego. There's no such thing as wrong to them. Everybody is wrong but them. That's a narcissist. That's a narcissist at his finest. Let me tell you something. Y'all hear me out. If you're around a person, if you know a person that they can do no wrong, if you know this individual, they can do no wrong. Everything they say or do is correct in their eyes. Look at their relationship with others. And I will show you a failing person when it comes to relationship with others. With others. These be the same people that will boast on themselves because there's nobody else to do it.
To watch him proselytize right now. Sign me up. You're at a church. He's got the mic. What of him? Can you explain it, Frank? You've said a lot about me. In fact, I received an email last night that you guys knew I was going to be a problem from the beginning. Before I even knew that we were not on the same side, you guys knew we wouldn't be. That's stunning to me. Someone sent me a photo in Arlington that they had made a poster at Charlie's memorial site, one of the many around the country, and they had wrote on the poster, "Don't worry, your big sister canceled, figure out what happened." And the Turning Point staff removed the poster. Sent me the photos and everything. I don't have it for you today because we weren't planning on doing a show. And they saw them whispering and they removed the poster. Yeah. They knew from the beginning that I was not going to get in line with this. And good on them. They were proven correct. That's the smartest inclination they've had since the beginning of this thing, I would say. Of course, the biggest question is, what's that CEO and chairman going to say? Erica Kirk. What are you gonna do, Erica? Stage another scene of you crying while you operate behind the scenes, try to take people down, sending out people like you're a queen for them to sacrifice themselves.
Hold on, I'm finna post a comment. Don, let me ask you a question. How did she get photos of the inside of the SUV Charlie Kirk was transported in? How she get a whole video of one of his Charlie Kirk's detail workers being in the background looking like he's ready to fall over and die while they were carrying the casket from this hospital to put it back in a hearse? That's what I be talking about. Y'all say shit, and we just put the fucking video and we played the video, and also we showed what she brought up, right? Shit that you don't see on your regular news station. How she get those photos? Again, y'all just be saying shit. It doesn't matter if he was being from the funeral home to the plane, from the hospital to, it doesn't matter. How she get photos from in the back of the SUV? You saying that she's doing all this talking, but she can't show evidence. What do you need? What do you need evidence of? Of who took out Charlie? I mean, who took out Charlie? So again, I guess you still believe what the state is putting out. Did you not listen to this fucking preliminary hearing? The state couldn't even get it together. We sat here since Monday, every single day, playing this hearing. Tell me what, did you see how the defense attorney damn near shut down the last lady, the forensics lady with the new fingerprint technology? Shit, he shut that shit down. He said, hold on. So you can't prove. You said it was about 3 to 4 fingerprints on this gun, on the trigger, and also the trigger cover. I think the trigger, y'all know the little thing that goes around the trigger. But you can't prove that Tyler's finger was consistent on the trigger. She couldn't prove that. Number 2 is she could not prove when his finger was on the fucking gun to take the shot. And she admitted that. Thank you, Sonny Sam. Everybody's DNA was on that damn weapon, from his father to his boyfriend to him, from the FBI agents. Everybody, Prince was on that damn gun. And listen, y'all gotta stop using all caps inside the comment section. Okay? One of my moderators put out a warning. Y'all, if y'all gonna speak, you don't have to put in all caps. Just type regular, just like everybody else. You said FBI press in everything way more than they should have been. Absolutely. So come on now, let's use critical thinking here. It sounds like some people got again, let me be quiet, boy, because if I say that, y'all, boy, I piss some people off for saying that. I know what it is. I know why some people don't like Candace asking questions about Turning Point USA. I already know what it is. Matter of fact, let me ask the chat. I want to make sure I ain't crazy. Why do y'all think people have so much hate towards Candace for asking questions towards Charlie Kirk and Erica and the whole situation? Why do y'all think people hate her for doing that? What is the most thing that I tell you what it is. I mean, it's easy. It's easy. Sweetest, I like your answer. Or, yeah, hold on for a question. Just hold on 1 second. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, wow. Cool, mama. I see you. Damn. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I respect y'all. Most of y'all, I respect y'all. And what I enjoy about the chat today, y'all are being honest with yourself. And I like that. Most of y'all pretty much saying, "Hey, she asking questions." There are other people are afraid to ask because she's just trying to get to the bottom of it. What the hell happened? That's pretty much it. It's a lot of you all like that. Like, I'm not just finna sit back and just go off what you tell me. No, I have questions. What, you want to stop us for asking questions? No, absolutely not. Esther said they don't like being questioned. I know a lot of people don't like being questioned. That's why this particular individual took, taking me to court, because they don't like being questioned. Oh shit! All right, let's go.
For you, telling lies, trying to make all of the things that don't make any sense somehow register as true. How's our emotional asset doing today? Anybody want to check in? That's a smile I just could not put on following my husband's public assassination.
Okay, now I pose this question. This right here was right after she lost her husband. Can somebody please explain this? Any wife, not just a girl, hell, girlfriends, you can explain that too, but the wives, a woman, can somebody please explain this? You just lost your husband. Can somebody please explain this? The father of your alleged children. We'll get into that later. This week coming up. Anybody explain this? Explain that. Rambler, be quiet. I ain't ready yet. I said I'll talk about it this week coming up. Let me move this over. Again, you said there's no explanation. You said money and status. Kirk was just a mission for her. Do y'all remember last year when this happened? Right when this whole incident went down, we went live. We went live that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then remember, boy, remember when she walked out there on that stage? The same stage where Drewski took a page from, and that stage, right, looked like WWE. Everybody out there standing up, and I kept posing. I said, y'all, what the hell is what's wrong with this picture? And then we played the video of her and Charlie and her husband's. Rita, thank you so much for the love you times 19. Damn, girl. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. That was very nice of you. Then we played the video of her standing in her husband's podcast studio with the podium, with his chair, her arm on the top of it. This just a few days later. I love you, Charlie. She was in the room. She was in the room. She just lost her husband. So you mean to tell me you have that much courage to go inside of his podcast studio to give a speech? A lot of women came up on my platform last year. I'm talking about lining up because they were pissed. They said, GV, it took me damn near 10 years to even walk into my husband's man cave. GV, it took me several years just to even walk anywhere near my late husband's chair. But a few days later, you're standing in his podcast room giving a fucking speech, not a fucking tear coming from your damn eye. I love you, Charlie. This is why I have questions. This is why this platform is so powerful, because we like to ask questions. Why in the hell this crazy ass woman is standing here, you know, if you ask me, it's like making a mockery of her husband. Again, I'm not saying I agree with everything that Charlie Kirk spit out. Just like a lot of y'all don't agree with everything that I put out. That doesn't mean I don't like the guy. Like, I love the way he educated a lot of people, including myself. Again, some stuff he said was some shit that I don't agree with. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop liking him or stop following him. I don't know where the fuck people get that mindset from. But again, overall, he was, you know, I liked his tactics. But for you to do this to your husband, that shit made me sick. Because, again, a lot of women came up here in tears. In fucking tears on this platform. Pissed off at Erica. Like, how could you do that? Make it make sense. Now we have questions. What really happened to your husband? That's why a lot of fingers started to point back towards Erica. Like, why the fuck you look so damn happy? What the hell is so damn funny? We're going to continue on with the show. You know, our next dates are this Friday and this Saturday at the bowling center in Hawaii.com.net. You can buy the t-shirts. Charlie loves his t-shirts. Yeah, you can buy his t-shirts offline at www.charliekirk.net. gunshot wound to the neck. He did. I think she spoke with Kamala Harris. Excuse me. I think she had a conversation with her. She started talking to Kamala. I love you, Charlie. Kamala Harris bring her ass on stage. Charlie and fellow friends, let's look at what's happening here. You know, the Trump. Where's my drink? Where is my? If you look at this pen, okay, and the shot, Erica, we love you. Don't you agree? I love you, Charlie. The pen has a point, and this point has a ball. I said ball. Make sure you vote for me, okay? I said ball. I seen a lot of those growing up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm going to hell. It's all right. Judge me. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Judge me. Whatever. Whatever. If you don't like it, you can just scroll to somebody else. You said meet you there, Amber. Hey, we gonna walk in there holding hands. Yeah. All right. Listen. Shit. I went off topic.
But hey, it's Nicki Minaj. Haven't seen her that happy, really, since. I think the happiest we ever saw Erica was when she walked out to that stadium on September 21st. And
that was crazy.
The whole world was with her.
That was crazy.
Because she thought she had it made.
That was crazy.
She's been struggling to come up for air since. And I want to be very clear. It is the most important thing to me that no harm comes to Erica. The most important thing. The message. Oh, investigating this. She's getting death threats. No, let's be very clear on my intention in this investigation. I want Erica to outlive everyone. I long live Erica Franzwey. Death is easy, actually. Death is easy. Living a long life when everybody knows who and what you are and what you are a part of and what you did. Long live Erica Franzwey. We're going to take a quick break because this is not meant to be a long episode, and then I will get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, it's no secret that right now...
Okay. All right, y'all. Again, this what I'll do. I need a break. Okay, we've been live now for going on almost 6 hours. Okay, because we had to cover the last day of this preliminary hearing. So when I come back, I'm gonna come back around maybe about 6 o'clock Central. When I come back, not only we're going to cover the trial, but it's an episode of it's a part in the trial that I want to cover. When they broke down, when one of the officers mentioned something about he saw a empty gun holster on the ground right after this unaliving took place or the shot took place, and then the other officer said he saw a holster on the ground, but it was a gun in it. Okay, so we're going to play that, right? Again, that's why I tell you all these officers couldn't get their stories together. And we're going to play Candace on how she broke that scene down right after that shot took place. All right. So again, thank y'all so much. If you see the follow button at the top of your screen, please click that follow button right now. Again, Queen Momo, thank you. Queen Neil, thank you. Didi, thank you. Cassie, thank you. Queen Mo, 16,000 taps. I really appreciate that. And let's give a shout out to Sadie, Jackie, Hannah, Raina, Pretty Face, Kayla, Kiki, Michelle, Radical, Queen Momo, Queen Neil, Aisha, Didi, Paper Bag, Brown Sugar, Stephanie, Dunn, Sister Esther, Nicole, West, Millie's mom, Pretty Eyes, AMM, what's this? Lacey, Vic, Julia, Sound Mind, Who Man, Bean, Chelsea, Randy, Auntie Mac, all of you all, thank y'all so much for the heartbeats, the gift, and hitting the live goal today. Just sharing the live out, all of you all. Thank y'all so much. If you want to see the replay to any of this, y'all, please make sure that you go over to my YouTube. All right, go over to the YouTube, and you can catch the YouTube over there for the replay. And again, thank y'all so much for being here. Again, make sure you hit that follow button. All right, hit that follow button, and we'll be back in a few hours. All right, until next time, it's your boy Great Vibes on 10 for the win.
I got receipts in the pocket, watch the stories all collide. Must be clean in the middle with the game plan tight. Keeping everybody focused when it turns into a fight. Great vibes on 10, that's the motto every night. Bringing calm to the madness underneath the spotlight. Great vibes on 10.
For the win, let the celebration begin.
True squad rolling and we're doing it again.
Hands up high, let the disco ball spin.
Great vibes on 10. Great vibes on 10. For the win, candy cane, aloe vera, butter pecan in the mix. Ronnie Wet,
Danger Bun,
and Lovetta. Dropping hits, great vibes on 10. Yeah, we turning up the room. Scammers get nervous when they hear we're coming soon.
great vibes on 10.
For the win,
That's the slogan we defend. Truth over fiction, and we're riding to the end.
aloe vera cool. When the drama gets hot, smooth like a breeze. When the rumors get caught, everybody panicking, everybody losing track. She brings the conversation right back to the facts. Butter pecan steady, never rushing the case. Looking at the details, everybody misplaced. Quiet with the wisdom, always keeping the pace. Then she drops one question and it changes the whole race. Ronnie Wet, riding through the storm with style. Got a sharp intuition and a confident smile. People tell stories, she can listen for a while. Then she finds a missing piece.